Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim!
Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly welcome all of you at the Holocaust Memorial Center's recent conference, which we organize in cooperation with the Laurent Ötvös Research Network. I do hope that it's not our last conference, but the first step of a long-lasting scientific cooperation, and the first result thereof is today's conference about ghettoization, and we try to invite international experts and Hungarian ones as well. And we do hope that they are going to deliver lots of new information and perhaps even shocking ones to you. From my part, this was all what I wanted to share with you. And now I kindly ask Professor Miklós Marod, Chair of the Laurent Ötvös Research Network, to deliver his introductory thoughts. Thank you very much. Chair, guests, ladies and gentlemen, participants of the Congress. 20th century belonged to the difficult centuries of Hungarian history. During the entire century, we could experience tragedies, and the country twice got trapped in the same system. This is the socialist system, the national social system, and of course it had various names, but of course the system was exactly the same. So both socialist systems and the operation thereof were based on trying to find enemies on a racial basis, and both systems are targeted to break down social values that connected the various groups of society and that made the various social groups and created solidarity between the various social groups. So they wanted to get rid of this solidarity. And let me quote Rabbi Schweitzer, who at the celebration of the freeing of the ghetto mentioned that the ghetto is free or was freed, and then nothing else happened, but the Jewish legislations were expanded to other nations, other people. So this system created enemies from the various groups of society, and even more, even within families, they created tension. And the same objective was also based on falsified history writing, because they didn't want to let real history got to the surface, and they created a false history rooted in ideology. And because the real problems were hidden, or they tried to hide the real problems, these problems that arose in various levels of society, most prominently in the Jewry, and so these problems couldn't be healed, and even more, these problems, these wounds are still open, and society is very sensitive to these issues. So simply speaking about these questions today, is by itself something that reveals wounds. However, it is necessary in order to heal these wounds. These wounds cannot be healed by any other manner, just by focusing on real documents, focusing on real facts, forgetting all that ideological ballast that was connected to this. And this is why Laurent Ötvös Research Center is extremely grateful for being able to cooperate with the Holocaust Memorial Center, and as mentioned by previously by Mr. Kovács, we do hope that that this cooperation is going to be a long-term one. Ignác Gócér, the excellent Hungarian Islam researcher, was invited to various universities abroad. However, he never ever left Hungary because he said he was proud of three things: being Hungarian, being a Jew, and belonging to Hungarian society. And of course, we do know that in Hungary there is a group of Jewry who are proud of being Hungarian Jews, and it's really important that every single people can state that they are Jews. But in order to do so, we have to get rid of the shadows that have been cast to Hungarian society for many years. And I think today's event can also focus on this very target. We need to heal the wounds that have been existing for long. We need to take the first steps as well in order to make it possible for Hungarian Jewry to return to their status before the World War, namely that for them it was natural that they were Jews and that being Jew could go hand in hand with being Hungarian. Well, if we can do so and if we can take the first steps into this direction, then we can say that we have achieved something really important. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the privilege to open this session that is one of several in these 2 days conference, which is dedicated to the Jewish ghettos in Europe and Hungary. The Jews of today do not remember the ghettos any longer because the generation that went through the whole period is about to leave us. This is therefore our particular duty to remember things that we actually hadn't seen, which we did not witness at the time, and which is now part of the history books and also of memory in a special way. A memory also from my childhood when the conversations of adults, when I was a little child, were all full of the memories of the Holocaust, in and out of Hungary, in and out of Budapest, in and out of the ghetto, where a large number of people were gathered in the almost certain destiny to be faced in one of the concentration camps that was established in southern Poland or in Austria or in Germany proper. The ghetto is a medieval institution, as you know, and it is something which marked the difference between the Christian population of Germany and some other countries and the Jewish population. There was a wall at the time, and the wall is the symbol of the ghetto, that you have all the Jews inside a particular, I would say, a particular part of the city which is not communicating with the rest of the city. A good example was Frankfurt am Main, but there were several ghettos in and out of Germany at the time. I'm talking about the 15th, 16th centuries. The ghetto was revitalized, if I may use this word, by the Nazi occupants of Hungary in the middle of Budapest. You know where it was, where we still keep the memory of the ghetto and the walls of the ghetto, and some very, very old people would still remember from their own childhood, from the 1940s, some 80 plus years ago, when the ghetto was an entrance to a final destination, which was called death. The ghetto is an institution, the ghetto is a place, the ghetto is destiny. I also have had relatives who stayed in the ghetto, and I heard about it when I was just very young, as a living memory of those who went through the terrors of the war itself, the terrors of the Holocaust itself, and the terrors, the local terrors of the ghetto in Budapest. People were not fed properly, people were not kept properly, they were dirty and hungry and ready to die at any particular moment. It's a miracle that the ghetto was not finally finished off in Budapest, as it was in several other countries. The conference we are about to open now will take you to many of the ghettos of Europe, including Poland, of course, and the rest of Central Europe. The ghetto became an international institution of Nazi Germans. We emphasize the word Nazi here because we don't blame all the Germans for what was done by Hitler and his cronies. We blame, however, everybody who was instrumental in building the ghetto, in creating this particular atmosphere for the Jews of Hungary that was about to mark those who were going into their absolutely certain death. It is still a subject of historical scrutiny whether or not the Soviet troops liberated Hungary or occupied Hungary. And those Jews in and out of the ghetto of Budapest, I think, never thought of occupation. They thought of liberation, and that is a big difference in today's memory and history. We owe still a special gratitude to those troops that actually came to Budapest and liberated the city from the Nazi occupation. We should not forget that the Nazis occupied Hungary in March 1944. The Nazis destroyed our bridges across the Danube. The Nazis destroyed the city of Budapest. It was not just the ghetto which makes us remember the Nazi occupation of Hungary. It almost finished off. As a child, I witnessed comparisons between Budapest and Stalingrad. Maybe that was overdone. Maybe Stalingrad was the absolute end of humanity, and Budapest was fortunately not. But it is a fact that the Soviets were on the Pest side, on this side of the city, and the Germans went over across the Danube and occupied the castle area, where some 80,000 Germans were shooting at the Soviets on this side. That is what finished off Budapest for decades. You see the Soviets shooting at the Germans in Buda, and the Germans in Buda shooting at the Soviets in Pest, and very little remained of the beauties of Budapest, which were a gem of Europe. I just wanted to mention this because we are not just remembering the ghetto itself, we are remembering the terrors of 1944-45 with tremendous numbers of people dying, with tremendous numbers of people who fell victim to the Hungarian Nazis, the Arrow Cross people, who indiscriminately killed Jews and non-Jews, people who were trying to fight the seemingly invincible Nazi troops that were in Budapest, a very large contingent. As I said, 80,000 people in the castle area. As a child, I was able to go into this area myself because there was a society of spreading information at the time, which took walks to the castle area, and I was there as a little boy of some 10 years old maybe, and there was, for 20 years, the palace was a heap of ruins, an absolute heap of ruins, and reminded people of the war for a long time. I remember very well 1964 when the last bridge, the Elizabeth Bridge, was rebuilt across the Danube, and there were tremendous numbers of people there on that day who thought of the terrors of the war still very vividly in 1964. That bridge is a living memory of the war period and of the indiscriminate destruction of Budapest. Hitler, who was, I think, originally also mad, but he became even worse towards the end of the war when he actually witnessed the end of his Third Reich, the 1,000 years old Reich, which was the ultimate in human evil. And Hitler thought that the Germans, the Nazi German troops, can stop the Soviets at Budapest, and that the Soviets would not be able to cross the Danube, which was a sheer lunacy to stop the largest ever army in human history with 5.5 million troops, to think that a river like the Danube, frozen as it was at the time, will be able to stop the Soviet troops that came from Stalingrad all the way through the European part of the Soviet Union, and also the countries that the Soviets liberated and later occupied, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria. This is the western edge of the former Soviet Union. And then they came into Hungary and into all those countries that I listed, and they were fighting the Germans all the way through to Vienna and beyond to Berlin. The lunacy of Hitler was that this could be stopped at Budapest because of the river Danube. Needless to say that the Soviet leaders of those troops, the marshals Malinovsky and Tolbuchin, were willing to prove that they can do that, and they reported to Stalin, to the great generalissimus, that they were able to cross the Danube and they were able to finish the war on the Pest side on January 16th, 1945, and they needed one more month up to the 13th of February of 1945 to liberate Budapest. I'm not afraid of the word liberation here. I think that was a liberation for all those people, and not just for Jews, but also for the population of Budapest, who had enough of the war, who witnessed the terrors of the war, and not just the Jews who witnessed the terrors of the Holocaust. This is a twin suffering of both Jews and Christians, and today I think we have to remember both sides of the city, the Jewish part and the non-Jewish part, who were all victims of Nazi Germany and the cronies of Nazi Germany in Hungary. This is a point which is still debated, which is still in the middle of our thought, how many Hungarians were willing to contribute to the misery of the Jews. And the number, according to some of my friends, is going up to 300,000 who were eager to push out the Jewish population out of Budapest and out of Hungary. This is just to remind you that we are not just remembering the good things and the bad things, but we remember the total destruction of the culture that meant Budapest. I must finish here because we have to hand over the floor to our illustrious guests, and the first guest is Dan Michman, who is joining us through the Zoom connection online. So we are going to have our first lecture, which is called The History of a Term and its Relevance for the Proper Understanding of the Holocaust, an online lecture. I want to mention that there are these various gadgets at the back of this room where you can use translations of what we are going to hear in English. All right, so thank you very much for your attention, and I hand over the floor to Dan Mitchman online. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the introduction, and I thank the organizers for inviting me. It's a great honor, and I apologize that due to the COVID-19 situation, I still stay in Israel and did not come to Budapest, a place that I visited often in the past. I'll try in a very short time span of about half an hour, to present a very complicated issue. And I'll share the screen now at this moment. I hope you can see it all. So the ghetto, or the term and the image, is a central phenomenon to the Holocaust. And I would say that when somebody is asked about the Holocaust and to give some first impressions of the images that can present the Holocaust, then the ghetto as such is very central, and definitely that's the case in Hungary. But it's not so simple. For many decades, we thought, and scholars thought, that it's quite clear what the ghetto is, what its function was, and it was viewed via the angle of the final stage of the Holocaust, and that is the final solution, and its place in the deportations from Western and Southern Europe mainly, and also as a tool in the extermination of the Jews in Poland and the Soviet Union. But some 20 years ago at Yad Vashem, we embarked on a project of compiling an encyclopedia of the ghettos. And almost parallel to that, also at the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, they embarked on 2 volumes that were part of the large encyclopedia of camps and ghettos. And when we tried to think about the encyclopedia, and that had to do also with how many people would work on the project and how many places were included, then we bumped into a series of problems. First of all, nobody knew how many ghettos there were during the Holocaust. You had, on the one hand, things that were written on our website, on the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum website there. They mentioned some 700 in a book later published also by Donald Bloxham. He speaks about thousands, and so nobody knew exactly how many ghettos there were. So that was the first problem. The second question, what was the Nazi definition or concept of the ghetto? And consequently also its purpose. It wasn't clear because there is no Nazi document that explicitly says that there is a decision and what it includes and where it should be established. So the question was, when exactly did the idea of establishing ghettos for Jews take shape? And if we can find some foundational order for the establishment of ghettos, and usually what we find in the literature until very recently is relation to the document of the 21st of September 1939, well-known document called the Schnellbrief, the urgent letter, or the telegram of Heydrich to the commanders of the Einsatzgruppen in Poland. We shall see later on if that is really so. There is a question who supported the idea and who opposed it. And then, of course, a very important question, was the ghetto phenomenon inherently linked to the development of the idea of the final solution? It's usually presented as such. It's a step towards that. But is that really so? And another issue was the ghetto phenomenon intrinsically linked to the Judenrat phenomenon. And in most of the studies we'll find this, and in a moment I'll relate to what Raoul Hilberg, the great and influential scholar of the Holocaust, wrote in an early stage, and how it influenced the entire body of Holocaust research. But there is a linguistic question that actually nobody asked. Why did the term ghetto and not some other term take root? So why is it not X, Y, Z, or anything else? What we can say is that, and that has to do with the history of Holocaust historiography, that research, in-depth research on the Holocaust was dominated during the first post-1945 years by a series of Polish-born Jewish scholars, and such as Philip Friedman, for instance. And they started to investigate the Holocaust, to compose an overall picture, and they took, of course, their personal experience into that attempt. And the ghettos of Warsaw, Lodz, Białystok, and so on, actually were the models for them to shape this image of the Holocaust. And this influenced also Raoul Hilberg in his book, his influential book, which I already mentioned, The Destruction of the European Jews, which was first published in 1961 and later on republished and expanded and translated and so on. And I assume that all the participants are acquainted with this book. And in his book, he speaks of 4 stages of the development of Nazi anti-Jewish policies. So there is definition, and then there is expropriation, and a third step in the development is concentration. And then he says the preliminary steps of the ghettoization process, and ghettoization is identified in Hilberg's view with concentration. You could replace ghettoization with concentration. So the preliminary steps of the ghettoization process consisted of marking, movement restriction, and the creation of Jewish control organs. The 3 preliminary steps, marking, movement restrictions, and the establishment of a Jewish control machinery, were taken in the very first month of civil rule in Poland. And he alludes here to this document of the 21st of September 1939. In this book, we shall be interested in the ghetto only as a control mechanism for movement restrictions in the hands of the German bureaucracy. To the Jews, the ghetto was a way of life. To the Germans, it was an administrative measure. Similarly, we can see in a more recent book from 2004 about the Wartheland, that is the next part of Poland and next to Germany, by the author Michael Alberti. And he relates to ghettoization, and said the establishment of the ghettos provided one of the most effective means to subordinate the Jewish population to a total control and exploitation. With the beginning of the mass murder, they turned into giant prisons from where the Nazis could deport their inmates to the extermination camps. The ghettos were a milestone on the way to genocide. And a third quote The removal, but that is by an Israeli young scholar who unfortunately died at a very young age several years ago, Boaz Neumann, and he speaks about the removal of the Jew from the urban space was part of a larger process of removal from the German political sphere and living space. The final aim was to turn them into Judenrein, clean of Jews, while the space of the new city was reserved for the Aryan German. The ghetto was the urban space allotted to the Jew, and I think that those who are acquainted with the situation in Budapest would subscribe in a way to this definition also regarding Hungary. A breakthrough came with the first writings on the overall issue of the final solution by Christopher Browning. You all know Christopher Browning, an American scholar who had written in a PhD thesis in the 1970s about the German Foreign Office and its role in the final solution. And he afterwards was requested by Yad Vashem to write a comprehensive volume on the final solution. And that was later on published in 2003, and I hope that you're acquainted with it. But he started with pilot studies, and in the 1980s he wrote an article about Nazi ghettoization policy in Poland between 1939 and 1941. It was later published in a collection of his articles, and there is already a kind of a breakthrough when he was a scholar who very much looked at the grassroots level during the first month of Nazi occupation of Poland, and he came to the conclusion that, and I quote here, ghettoization was not a conscious preparatory step planned by the central authorities to facilitate the mass murder, nor did it have the set task of decimating the Jewish population. Ghettoization was in fact carried out at, and that's very important, different times, in different ways, for different reasons, on the initiative of local authorities. The concentration of Jews in Polish cities as a preliminary to their expulsion was part of a policy ordered by the central authorities in September 1939. And here again, he relates to this Schnellbrief of September 21st. But the subsequent creation of sealed ghettos was not. On the contrary, the sealed ghetto resulted from the failure of Berlin's expulsion policy. So they retreated actually from one policy to another one because they didn't succeed with the first policy. Local authorities were left to improvise and found their way to the sealed ghetto. They did so at different times and for different immediate reasons, but always within the common ideological parameters set by the failed expulsion policy, namely that ultimately Jews and Aryans did not live together. So here we can see already that something comes up, and he said there is no clear order, but it pops up from the grassroots because there was a problem with the expulsion. Now, I'll be short regarding the history of the term. We all know that it was taken from Venice at the beginning of the 16th century, where in 1516 a Jewish neighborhood on a certain island in Venice was established, right? It was a result of the siege of Venice several years before, that the Jews who were until that moment not allowed to live in the city fled from the enemy that surrounded Venice into the city. So there was a problem. They were not allowed to be there, but they were there. And then they were actually concentrated in an island. It was called the Old Ghetto. Ghetto comes from getare, from pouring metal, preparing. So it is by accident that this term came up, but that became the term for the neighborhood, which was closed during the nights and open during the days. And then this was copied to other places. And when there's also a papal bull from the 1550s that Jews should be separated throughout Italy in the different cities, and the term is taken over to these other cities and then becomes a common term that is also used in other countries, even if officially in the other countries, like in Frankfurt, for instance, where it's called Judenviertel, so Jewish neighborhood, but commonly the term ghetto spreads and is used. Now, in the 19th century, the physical ghettos are abolished, but the term continues to be used, and it has two meanings. One is the physical one, and relates to a densely populated poor Jewish neighborhood. On the other hand, it becomes a metaphor for the segregation of Jews. And it is used, this term, and that's very interesting, both by Jewish emancipation activists and by Zionists on the one hand, and on the other hand by the anti-Semites. So the Jews want to liberate the Jews from living in the ghetto, in the segregation from the general society. For Zionists, it is moving to another place where they will be free and not feeling like in a ghetto. So that is the metaphorical one. But on the other hand, Jews in many places in Eastern Europe especially, but not only there, are living in these densely populated areas, neighborhoods. And so you find it also in the literature. For instance, there is by Zangwill, a territorialist, a Jewish activist who wanted to establish a Jewish state somewhere in the world, but he was also an author, and he wrote about the ghetto in London. And there is a play of a ghetto in Amsterdam, and so on. So the term is used for these densely populated Jewish neighborhoods. And this is a very popular term. So, for instance, and it's just an example of a book published in translation in Germany in the 1920s, beginning of the 1920s, Lieder des Ghetto, that is Songs from the Ghetto, was written by Maurice Rosenfeld. He compiled Songs from the Ghetto. The interesting thing is what you can see here, that what I show you here is a copy of the sixth print of this book. We can see that there's between 26,000 and 30,000 copies were sold at the time. So it was a very popular term. And so we get into the Nazi period, and we can see that German Jewry during the first years of Nazi rule, when they are gradually, legally, and socially segregated from the general population, this feeling comes up. And there is a very interesting and well-known speech by Rabbi Joachim Prinz, who later, at the end of the 1930s, emigrated to the United States and became their very important liberal rabbi. And on the eve of Pesach in 1935, he gives a sermon, and later on in 1937 he also writes a book. But here the quote is interesting, that he said that we live in a ghetto that starts to penetrate our consciousness now. We call ghetto that what we experience in the situations that we, Jews of Germany, live in a country where at many instances it is made clear that we are a burden on the German people. The medieval ghetto was being closed in the evening. One left the world and went into the ghetto. Today it's the opposite. When the door of our house closes behind us, we leave the ghetto and enter our home. The ghetto isn't a geographically defined area anymore. The ghetto, that is the world, outside is the ghetto for us. The ghetto is everywhere. So here we can see a metaphorical feeling and interpretation of the term ghetto for the situation of German Jewry during the first years of Nazi rule. An interesting thing is that in this way, the term can be found also in secret reports of the security service of the SS in those years. They are monitoring what Jews are saying. And so we find that we now have a digital collection of these secret situation reports that started to be written by the security service and by the Gestapo since the end of 1933. There are monthly reports, and we find the term ghetto several times, not very often, until the end of the 1930s, until 1938. I found some 12 instances and so, and it's always when they are quoting the Jews, how these Jews talk about their own situation. It is not used by the authorities. But we find one expression by Heydrich in February 1937 where he promotes the prohibition of Jews entering bathing places and shores and so on, and said that will help in the ghettoization of Jews. But the turning point happens in the meeting, in a very infamous meeting at Hermann Göring's office in Berlin, 2 days after Reichskristallnacht, on the 12th of November 1938. And we have the protocol of that meeting. And the full protocol, except for several pages. And at a certain moment, it was a very long meeting, which lasted for some 5 hours. It was on Sunday, November 12th, 1938. And this meeting was convened on the order of Hitler to coordinate anti-Jewish policies. Different authorities who worked in different ways and with different directions now had to coordinate. And the major personalities of the Nazi regime at that moment, some 100 senior officials were convened in Berlin, and Göring chaired this meeting. Göring was actually at that moment number 2 in the Reich, and at a certain moment when they speak, Göring says, "But dear Heydrich, you will not be able to avoid the emergence of ghettos in the cities." And then Heydrich says the following, and here's the German origin of it, but I'll summarize it. He said, he gives actually a kind of definition. And he says the ghetto in the form of an entirely segregated neighborhood where the Jews are together is something that is impossible to implement. Moreover, in such a ghetto, and you can see that he uses here the term in a certain way, and I'll relate to this in a moment, in this ghetto where the Jew will be together with all the other Jews is impossible to control and to monitor. And it remains a center for criminality and for illnesses and similar things. And it is much better, the situation of today, where the Germans can monitor their Jewish neighbors, and therefore I'm against the establishment of or the emergence and the creation of ghettos. So we here are in November 1938, and Heydrich is against the emergence of physical ghettos. Not metaphorical ghettos, but physical ghettos. So what happened here? Why did he change his understanding of what a ghetto was, and why was he against it at this moment? Because we saw that in February 1937, he talked about ghettos as a metaphorical phenomenon. Now, the reason is that in September 1938, an important book was published by a Judenforscher, that was the leading person in the domain, the new Nazi academic domain of research on the Jews. And that is Peter Heinz Seraphim, a professor in Königsberg, and who became actually the leading person in this field of research. And he wrote a book which was published, as said, in September 1938, that's Judentum in Osteuropäischen Raum. This Jewry, or the Jews, we can translate it in two ways, and it has two meanings, in the East European territories or space, if we say so. The interesting thing is, and this is, I must say, a personal note, thanks to my father, who was also a historian, and he bought the copy that I scanned here at an antiquariat, and I inherited it from him. We can see that this very copy that my father bought was used by the general government of the occupied Polish territories, that is Hans Frank. And by the way, this is the longer term. Later on, für die besetzten polnischen Gebiete was omitted, and it remained Amt des Generalgouverneurs. So Hans Frank took this book with him when he was sent to be general governor of Poland. So we can see how influential this book was. It was copy number 371 in the library of Hans Frank in Krakow. So this book by Seraphim is an overview of Jews living in Eastern Europe, and there we see all kind of charts about the most important Jewish cities in Poland, and the most important Jewish cities in Eastern Europe, and so on. And then we see a chart of the Warsaw Ghetto. So the Jewish neighborhood, densely populated, poor Jewish neighborhood in Warsaw. And similarly in Lvov and Vilna and Lodz and Kovno and Riga. So here we see how the term from the past is now used in the scholarly literature, which has an influence on the SS, because it's an anti-Semitic academic scholar, Nazi scholar, and he uses the term, and that is the material, the source of Heidrich's knowledge. Heidrich gets it from his officials, and they read this literature, and there is a certain paragraph in the book where he talks about ghettos. Right? The whole chapter is about urbanization of Jews in Eastern Europe, and then at a certain moment he says the following: the ghetto is at the same time also the basis from which the Jewish expansion originates. From here do the population surplus and the social misery drive the Jews into the non-Jewish branches of the economic and cultural life of the host countries. In the ghetto, the threads of not only the Jewish economic life, but also of the entire urban infrastructure are interwoven. Here do the merchants settle, starting with the peddlers and the rag dealers, and ending up with the middle class, big and export merchants. From here does the proletarized Jewish artisan makes his way to the factory. Here are the religious and political Jewish leaders fostered. Here is the Jewish essence in its specific form, as it is found in Eastern Europe, shaped in order to exert from here, from the business centers, influence on the surroundings and on the nations among whom the Jews live. So what Seraphim says is that these Jewish neighborhoods in Eastern Europe, who are populated with the Ostjuden, the Eastern European Jews, that is the source of the Jewish danger. And in this book, there are also several pictures of ghetto situations, as we can see. Here we can even see the face of the Ostjuden as he shows it, very ugly, endangering, and so on. Here are the Jewish slaughterers kosher slaughterers in Vilna. And so he gives these images. So in November 1938, Heydrich is against the emergence of ghettos in Germany. He is influenced by this image of ghettos in Eastern Europe that he learned from Seraphim's book. Now, a year later, after the occupation of Poland, and actually still during the battles, this document that we related to already before, from the 21st of September 1939, comes up. And in this very important document, which is in a way a summary of a meeting of Heydrich with the commanders of the Einsatzgruppen in Poland on that very day, there is a section about Jüdische Ältestenräte, councils of Jewish elders, that is the Judenräte, and the fifth order or instruction is the councils of elders in the concentration centers. So we can see here is concentration centers are to be made responsible for the appropriate housing of the Jews arriving from the countryside. For reasons of general police security, the concentration of the Jews in the cities will probably call for regulations in these cities, which will forbid their entry to certain quarters completely, and that, but with due regard for economic requirements, they may, for instance, not leave the ghetto, nor leave their homes after a certain hour in the evening. So what Heydrich says here, there is concentration, that is one thing. Another thing, there is this Jewish neighborhood. So, for instance, one of the instructions may be that they should not leave the ghetto. So we can see how the term ghetto now is transferred from the pre-1939 period, right, through academic literature to the new situation. Because now in Poland, the Nazi forces encountered all these ghettos. They existed already. So there is no reason to give an order. Ghettos are there, the term is there, and therefore we have this medieval term now introduced into the situation in Poland in 1939. But it is still the densely populated poor Jewish neighborhood, and there is a possibility, and that is a local decision, and that's what we learned from Browning before, that the Jews can be confined to this existing Jewish neighborhood. And what we see is that the first ghetto that is really emerging is in Piotrków Trybunalski, and later on in several other places, but there is no systematic development. It is copied, and it is a local decision by local demanders. Another development occurs when the ghetto in Luge is established, and here is a picture of a map of the Luge Ghetto. And what we know from one German document is that there were pilgrimages by German officials to Lodz to learn how to establish a well-functioning ghetto. because of the German commander and the Jewish elder in the Luge Ghetto. And Luge Ghetto, of course, became a very central place. And so here we can see the development. Luge turns into a model, which is then copied to other places. But still, we have to know that in spite of what is written in much of the literature, that the Germans entered Poland and started to establish ghettos, there were only some 40 ghettos established or emerging in the period between October 1939, when the Piotrków-Trybunalski ghetto was established, and March 1941. The majority of ghettos in Poland were established afterwards. And that coincides also with, and here we can see a transitional step in Warsaw from the summer of 1940, when already they said this is a dangerous area, for medical reasons, and therefore don't enter this area. That's the poor Jewish neighborhood. And here we have a picture also from a Jewish street in Amsterdam. But it coincides, as I said before, with the invasion of the Soviet Union, Operation Barbarossa. And we have several orders from these first weeks and 2.5 months in the Soviet Union. And there, the General Karl von Rockes, the commander of the rear forces north, rear army north of the Wehrmacht, orders that ghettos should be installed in places where the Jews are a large portion of the population, especially in the cities, when their establishment is needed, or at least when it serves the goals. And then he added several days later, in no situation is the establishment of ghettos to be seen as urgent. And another commander in Lvov, Lemberg, said, it is unthinkable that in Lemberg the Jews should be treated differently than in Krakow and Warsaw. Therefore, in the forthcoming days, the Jews will be contained together in Jewish quarters and removed from the street scene in Lemberg too, similarly to the situation in the other cities in District Galicia. So we can see that it is now becoming a tool often used, but not necessarily. And indeed, neither in Poland nor in Soviet Union, there were ghettos in every place where there were Jews, although there were many ghettos in the occupied Soviet Union, some 500. And then it is also copied to Romania, especially to Transnistria. And we find, of course, in the Protectorate Bohemia and Moravia, Theresienstadt, which has the title of a ghetto, although it is very different from Warsaw and the ghettos in Poland. And later on in Salonika, from a report of the German Consul General Schönberg, we can see, and that is February 26, 1943, the ghettization, as I said, was carried out in such a way that the Jews were forced to take apartments in two large quarters of the town that were already inhabited almost exclusively by Jews. Later on, they were removed to the Baron Hirsch camp, which is also called a ghetto. So we can see that the term ghetto is used, but in different forms. And the interesting thing is that in Salonika, and later on also in the countryside in Hungary, the function of the ghettos is similar exactly to Drancy, Mechelen, Westerbork, the transit camps for the deportation of Jews, but there they are called Judendurchgangslager, and in the other places are called ghettos. So we can see the term is fluid. So now I'm come to the conclusions that not bureaucratic planning or internal bureaucratic logic caused the emergence of the first Nazi ghettos, but a deeply internalized anti-Semitic fear of the Eastern European Jews. And this is, we can find relating to it in a very interesting quote from a testimony by Dieter Wisliceni, who's also known in Hungary, of course, one of Eichmann's experts on the Jews. I will not read it here, but he relates to the centrality of anti-Semitism and the fear from the Jews, and especially the Eastern European Jews. There is this quote which is so important, the influence of the Nazi academic Peter Heinz Seraphim, who explains that the ghettos are the place where the Jewish essence is shaped, and the Eastern European Jew is shaped, and only this understanding provides a reasonable explanation for the fact that the first designated ghetto emerged in Piotrków-Trybunalski in Poland, Eastern European Jews, and the fact that the first and most of the ghettos were situated in the centers of cities and towns, that is, these poor Jewish neighborhoods. And in this regard, what happens in Hungary later is different, because most of the ghettos in the countryside are situated at the outskirts of the cities. Moreover, it's important to emphasize that there was no typical Nazi ghetto, and ghettos were not a uniform phenomenon. Their meaning, form, and purpose changed several times during the years 1933 and 1945. And therefore, scholarly research, when describing and analyzing the phenomenon, as for instance in encyclopedia entries, should not use the term ghetto in singular, but instead in a plural form, Nazi ghettos. Only such a linguistic use does justice to the complex reality of the period. And also ghettoization and concentration are two separate developments and not synonyms. Also, ghetto and Judenrat were not Siamese twins, not intrinsically linked. They often overlapped, and there were Jewish councils in ghettos, but we have ghettos without Jewish councils also in Hungary, and we have a lot of Jewish councils without ghettos, and in many places in the Soviet Union, Jewish councils were established many months before the establishment of the ghetto. But the emergence of the first ghetto signaled indeed a grave escalation of anti-Jewish policies. Nevertheless, they were not a clear step leading towards the final social solution, neither by intention nor post factum. But they were used in many places because they were there. So at a certain moment they were used, but they were not intended to be. And even we can see that in Soviet Union, the murder of Jews starts, and when they want to keep Jews for labor, for forced labor, and so on, then the ghetto is established. And in a way, that's also the situation in Hungary with the Budapest ghetto, which emerges after the deportations from throughout the country are stopped. So there is an important relation here between Nazi anti-Semitism and the way that anti-Jewish policies developed with much input from the grassroots. Therefore, if I really want to conclude, is that the importance of a long-durée cultural history and the history of concepts is here to understand this phenomenon, and that we should move away from only focusing on the bureaucracy, which is so central in Hilberg's work and much of the preparatory historiography that was written by German scholars. I've mentioned already that the Hungarian's perspective can be understood now also from this development. Also in Hungary, the word is mentioned already before the German invasion, and already in 1943 and so on. And here, the ghettos in the countryside are a transition phase in the deportation project. And the Budapest ghetto is a special case, example of a ghetto to preserve Jews and not as an assembling place for the final solution, as were the other ghettos. So here I finish. was a little bit more than the half hour that was allotted to me, but I hope you will excuse me for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Michman. This was a very thorough and much needed introduction to our conference. I hope it will be published soon with all the quotes and the references to the international literature about the ghetto. Professor Michman is Professor Emeritus at the Yad Vashem Institute and the Bar Ilan University in Israel. Our next speaker is with us, so we are continue as an in-person series of lectures, and he's Jan Grabowski, who is a professor of the University of Ottawa in Canada, and he's also a fellow of the Royal Society of Canada. So we want to welcome Professor Grabowski in this wonderful room, in this wonderful building, and in our Budapest. So, Professor Grabowski, please. The title of his lecture will be The Ghettos in Poland, 1939-1944, an Overview.
Well, hello, and thank you very much for this wonderful venue and for this invitation. I see you are running here, let's say, behind the schedule, so I'll try to keep my remarks to a minimum. However, Professor Michman already mentioned parts of what I wanted to say, which will make my task even easier. Now, before I start, I would like to mention that Budapest, in relation to my own family history, has a special meaning, namely my relative in February of 1944, unable any longer to withstand the horrors of hiding on the Aryan side of Warsaw, paid for transportation, and he, his wife, and his daughter arrived, actually were smuggled through the border from Generalgouvernement all the way to Budapest. And he arrived in Budapest at the end of February 1944. For the Jews, it was, as they say in French, la terre promise, the promised land. Who could know what would happen 3 months later? In any case, my relative, my cousin, Samek Abrahamer, and his family, they survived the war in Budapest, and he returned to his native Krakow in 1945, only to be murdered by Polish anti-Semites in April 1946. But of course, this is already a different story. Now, turning to the issue at hand, the issue of ghettos in Poland during the 39-44 period constitutes one of the most tragic parts of Polish, I stress it, Polish too, history. It has been studied at length by 3 generations of historians in Poland and around the world. This brief overview can be nothing more than just a short summary of the most important topics, each of whom has
és egyébként korábban már mindegyiket jelentős történészi vizsgálat alá vetették, úgyhogy a célom nem egyéb, mint, hát nem mehetek mélyrehatóan a témába, hogy történelmi összehasonlítás kedvéért olyan áttekintést nyújtsak, amely lehetővé teszi, hogy jobban elhelyezzük az európai kontextusban. 1939. szeptemberében ugye Lengyelországot meghódította Németország, és innentől kezdve a németek kapcsolatba kerültek az Ostjuden, vagyis a keleti zsidók millióival, akik a náci propaganda szerint a német népközösségre fenyegetők voltak. A kezdeti terrorhullám után, amely a Wehrmacht és a frontvonalak mögötti Lengyelországban bevetett Einsatzgruppen 1 által elkövetett atrocitásokat is magába foglalta, a német hatóságok elkezdték kidolgozni a judenpolitikát. Ugye különböző körülményeket próbáltak figyelembe venni, ahogy professzor Michmann is elmondta, ugye, ami a zsidók összegyűjtését illeti. És hát a tolmácsok kedvéért elmondanám, hogy 2 következő fejezetet átugrom. Nos, tehát a legnagyobb gettó mint például a már említett Luge vagy Varsói gettót befalaszták, lezárták, hogy a szokásos, alapvető kommunikációs kapcsolatokat elzárják a zsidó lakónegyed és az úgynevezett árja oldal között. Tehát a zárt gettó alkalmazás, megoldás korán sem volt általános Lengyelországban. A lengyel zsidók túlnyomó többsége, hát körülbelül 2 millióan kisebb gettókban éltek, amelyek vagy nyíltak voltak, vagy részben zártak voltak. És valójában ezeket a gettókat egy gyenge kerítés, vagy szöges drót választotta el a többi területtől, vagy egyáltalán semmi nem választotta el az úgymond árja oldaltól. A kapcsolatok a lengyel etnikumú lakossággal így korlátozottak voltak, de nem szakadtak meg. És végül, de nem utolsó sorban, a lengyel zsidók jelentős része, közel 500 000 vidéken élő ember, 41-42 teléig a gettókon kívül maradt, és továbbra is eredeti lakhelyén élt. A vidéki zsidók jogi helyzete nem volt egyértelmű. A német és a lengyel polgári közigazgatás küzdött azzal, hogy hogyan alkalmazza a központi irányelveket ilyen körülmények között. Így a főkormányzóság, ahogy akkoriban nevezték Lengyelországot, egyes területein a vidéki zsidóknak a mobilitása a községük határaira korlátozódott. Ez körülbelül 20-25 falvat jelenthetett. És hát másút 1941 végéig nem is hoztak egyértelmű szabályozást. A gyakorlati megoldásokat a helyi voitok vagy falusi vének döntésére bízták. Zsidó tanácsok. A zsidó lakosság ellenőrzésének megkönnyítéséért a németek létrehoztak zsidó tanácsokat, vagy judenrétéket nagyobb településeken. És ez a nagyobb településeken 24 tanácsos volt egy ilyen tanácsban, kisebb gettókban pedig a közösség méretétől függően kisebb volt a számuk. Őket előzetesen kiválasztották, kinevezték, és hát a kiválasztott személyeknek el kellett fogadniuk a kinevezéseket, különben súlyos megtorlásoknak vetették őket alá. Adott esetben családjukkal zsarolták őket, gyorsított megtorlás, halál is kilátásba volt helyezve. A Varsói gettó, Lengyelországban létesített gettók közül a legnagyobb, 41 elején közel 500 000 zsidó foglyot tartott fogva. Adam Kiernyakov elnök által vezetett gettó adminisztrációja bonyolult volt, és mintegy 2 tucatnyi a gettó életének különböző aspektusaért felelős részlegből, szekcióból állt. A Judenrát osztotta ki a németek által korán bevezetett élelmiszerjegyeket, szervezte a munkaszolgálatot, szabályozta a külvilággal a kapcsolatokat, belső adókat vetettek ki, és végrehajtottak egyéb németek által meghatározott döntéseket. Tehát röviden a zsidó tanács hasznos eszköz volt a megszállók kezében, lehetővé tette a németek számára, hogy minimális anyagi ráfordítással és a németek legkisebb bevonásával a legnagyobb nyereséget húzzák ki a zsidó közösségből, és engedelmességet kényszerítsenek rájuk. Az a tény, hogy a zsidó tanácsok a megszállók teremtményei voltak, nem feltétlenül jelentette azt, hogy vezetőik és tagjaik nem voltak mások, mint engedelmes eszközök a németek kezében. Sok esetben a kinevezett vének vagy elnökök tartósan próbáltak egyensúlyt
of their communities. All of them, including so vastly different people as Warsaw Czerniaków or Mordechai Rumkowski from Łódź, based their strategies upon the premise of the rationality of the occupant. If the ghettos could be transformed into industrial hubs working for the German army, if the Jewish community could demonstrate its economic value, the Germans would have no reason to apply more terror, many Jewish leaders thought at the time. This belief that the occupier acted in a rational way came to an end with the liquidation of the ghettos when it has begun. Consequently, on July 23, 1942, one day after the Großaktion Warsaw, or the liquidation of Warsaw, started, Adam Czerniaków took his own life, only to be replaced by the Germans by Marek Lichtenbaum, deemed by them to be more compliant. This pattern of replacing the initial leadership of the Judenräte by new, weaker, more frightened people has been repeated across the occupied land, allowing historians to speak about the first and the second Judenräte. Jewish Order Service or Jüdischer Ordnungsdienst, commonly referred to as the Jewish police, was an essential part of the Jewish administration of the ghetto, coming under the overall authority of the Judenrat. Jewish police, unarmed but equipped in batons, answered to the Polish Blue Police and or to the German police, which stood at the top of the chain of command. The Jewish policemen were recruited often from among the members of the influential families, with the hope of removing their sons out of the harm's way. The officers received no salary, which favored the growth of graft and rampant corruption. The Jewish police force in Warsaw Ghetto was by far the largest at its height, with more than 2,500 officers. Elsewhere, the forces were smaller, but even in smaller ghettos such as Węgrów, Sokołów, Szczebrzeszyn, Dąbrowa, there were anywhere between 10 and 50 Jewish officers on duty. The smaller the ghetto, the more crucial was the role of detachments of Polish Blue Police, which had its stations across the occupied land. German oversight. The oversight of largest ghetto went to the office of Commissioner of the Jewish Living Quarter, as it happened in Warsaw, where Heinz Auerswald headed this, a German lawyer headed this office. One of the essential parts of this oversight was the tight control over all commercial exchange between the ghetto and the Aryan side. In order to supervise these exchanges and to regulate the flow of goods out and into the ghetto, the occupant established a special office, the so-called Transferstelle. Auerswald's people developed their own policies regarding the Jewish population. Most importantly, however, the office of the commissioner implemented and enforced the decisions elaborated in Berlin, Krakow, the capital of Generalgouvernement, and that of Ludwig Fischer, the local governor. These measures included massive resettlements of Jews from outlying areas into Warsaw, or the stepping up of policies of terror as requested by the central authorities, especially since the fall of 1941. The officer of the commissioner was but one of German institutions charged with supervising the ghetto. The German police was equally present both inside the ghetto and outside its 8 gates, monitoring the movements of people and imposing draconian penalties for trifle transgressions of the inhuman regulations. While the order police, ORPO, made its presence seen on the streets of the ghetto, the specialized units of SIPO, KRIPO, Gestapo investigated all attempts by Jews to violate the provisions and regulations introduced by the occupant. Now for the interpreters, we shall bypass the next section. Actually, 2 sections. There are certain overlaps with what Dan Michman already said. So, the restrictions on places of residence, or simply the restrictions on mobility, extended to public transportation, which was off limits to the Jews, and to other means of transportation, which included even bicycles. In some areas, special tramways or wagons were designated Nur für Juden, for Jews only. In many cases, Jews were allowed to use only a designated part of a sidewalk, and not infrequently they were pushed off the sidewalks altogether, forcing them quite literally to walk in the gutters. These were some of the many degrading and humiliating regulations. Another one was the requirement that the Jewish men take off their hats and bow deeply whenever encountering a German on the street. Other measures striking at the heart of Jewish community involved a ban on exercising certain professions. Jewish retirees lost their pensions. Jewish-owned real estate has been seized by the authorities. In January 1940, the anti-Jewish measures were further reinforced, and the German authorities began to seize not only Jewish houses, but also personal items and movable property, such as furniture. The anti-Jewish regulations, as described above, have been enforced by the previously mentioned three levels of police presence: the Jewish police, the Polish police, and the German police. Once the suspects have been apprehended, the German officials made a determination whether the crime harmed the interests of the German people and whether it was directly related to the violation of regulations issued by the occupant, or whether it rather belonged to common criminality. In the first case, the Jews were transferred into the custody of the German system of justice. In the second case, the Germans sent the files straight to Polish courts, which worked in parallel with the German ones. The system of German oversight described above was developed in the largest ghettos in the Generalgouvernement. In the ghettos located in the territories annexed into the Reich, the system of oversight was somewhat different. The Polish institutions and organizations, such as police and the courts, have been abolished and replaced with their German equivalents. In the smaller ghettos of the Generalgouvernement, at the same time, the German oversight was visibly weaker than in the urban centers. Here, in the provinces, the German presence was most often reduced to a small detachment of gendarmerie. Sometimes the nearest German police station would be located miles and miles away, and the Germans would only inspect the ghetto on periodic basis. In these circumstances, the control of everyday life in the ghetto and the enforcement of German regulations would be the domain mostly of Polish blue police, but not only. Taking advantage of a few minutes of time, I will show you a few documents which are straight from the archives. Here I'm straying from the text. Some documents which are not too well, unfortunately, visible, so you'll have to take my word at face value. Documents which I now, a few weeks ago, started to pull out from the archives, the provincial archives in Poland. This particular one is a small piece note issued by a wójt, a local Polish administrator, who requests a local village elder to get his people to work because Jews are being sent to forced labor, and the Germans want Polish supervision. They want to mobilize the peasants to supervise the Jews during forced labor from local ghetto or from local village to be supervised in this way. Here you have another document of the same kind. The local rural Polish officials, the sołtysi and the wójci, have to make certain that the Jews from their area are being delivered to concentration point from which they will go to forced labor. Similar document like this. The documents I'm showing you here testify to the level of agency which non-German authorities had in enforcing the so-called ghetto where closed ghettos were not in existence. Perhaps this particular document requests of local village elder to produce a list of Jewish real estate in his village. And here you have response of local Voigt listing, the Germans say, look, your Jews are going to be deported. We need precise indication what is their real estate, houses, huts, or whatever they have. With your own plan, what will be done with their homes once these people have been resettled? So this kind of agency of local, let's say, authorities, their collusion, if you will, is a part of a project that I'm currently conducting, but I think it's a very promising way of investigation if we want to find out to what extent the Holocaust has actually been a joint European project, to what extent local authorities inserted themselves into this kind of situation. So, to go back to the written text, finishing soon. Jewish responses. Unlike the Jewish councils, which have been creatures of the occupant, the Jüdische Soziale Selbsthilfe, the Jewish self-help, came to life in the early months of 1940 as a result of joint efforts of various Jewish activists wishing to take care of the most destitute members of their community. In May 1940, the Germans recognized the Jewish self-help as the only Jewish organization authorized to provide this help in the ghettos. The headquarters of the self-help were located in Krakow, but local offices were established in smaller Jewish communities, and today we historians have access to the correspondence between these little outfits and the headquarters in Krakow. They were basically involved in soup kitchens, in trying to save at least some people from starvation. And we need to remember that the artificial famine introduced by the Germans and caused by totally inadequate food rations claimed tens of thousands of lives, even prior to the liquidations. In Warsaw Ghetto alone, during the 1941-42 period, close to 90,000 people died, starved to death, or died from famine-induced diseases. The activities of Jewish self-help can be construed as forms of economic and social resistance to the radical genocidal policies of the occupant. The resistance took on various forms. In larger ghettos, theaters and cultural venues offered the public a temporary respite from the horrors of everyday life. In all ghettos, clandestine schooling became the obvious choice to counter the policy of ignorance and exclusion instituted by the Germans. Following Simon Dubnow's call, Jeden schreibt und verschreibt, Jews register and describe, Polish Jews started to produce written evidence of their tragedy. Something unprecedented was happening to their community, something which required a detailed record to be preserved for future generations. That's how Onek Shabbat Archive came to being, led by Emanuel Ringelblum. A group of historians, teachers, social activists collected the records of the dying Jewish community. Their archive, buried under the rubble of the destroyed Warsaw Ghetto, survived the war. If will to survive was a form of resistance, and I see no reason why it should not be considered as such, then one of the most prevalent strategies was survival through work policy, often advocated by the Jewish leadership. Finally, there was the armed resistance, which started for good in the summer of 1942, once all hope for survival was gone. Until then, until the liquidation actions have begun, and when the true function of places such as Treblinka, Bełżec, Sobibór could no longer be denied, the Jewish leadership successfully diffused and prevented plans for armed struggle, hoping to placate the Germans and to contain the damage. After all, organized and armed resistance was possible only in largest ghettos. Elsewhere, the resistance took form of uncoordinated, desperate acts of defiance. Final part toward the liquidation actions. Due to German policies of famine, in Warsaw alone, as I mentioned, close to 90,000 Jews died of hunger. prior to deportation. During the spring and summer of 1941, more than 5,000 people died per month in Warsaw alone. This, however, was just a prelude to the so-called implementation of the final solution, which in the Generalgouvernement, in the annexed territories in Bezirk Białystok, started in March 1942 with the liquidation of the Lublin Ghetto. In the spring of 1942, on the eve of the liquidations of the ghettos, the occupant initiated the so-called Kommunisten Aktion, or Communist Action. This code name covered mass executions of high-ranking members of the Jewish community, people who have been deemed by the Germans as possible threats, as possible leaders of resistance before the impending liquidations. On April 18, 1942, within the context of a Kommunisten Aktion, the Gestapo executed 50 people in Warsaw Ghetto. Similar executions took place in Kielce, Biłgoraj area, Dąbrowa Tarnowska. Practically in every ghetto, such a liquidation or execution occurred. The Aktionen, or the liquidation actions, followed a similar pattern across Poland. Shortly before the Aktion, local Jews who until now managed to remain outside the ghetto were now being brought to the concentration points, usually to the nearest Jewish quarter. The transportation of the Jews from the outlying rural areas into the ghettos usually was the responsibility of the local Polish authorities and the Polish police. On the eve of an action, the local security officials were placed on a high alert. This involved the German police, civil administration, Polish voids, village elders. The latter were instructed to prepare adequate transportation, horse-drawn carts to be used during the action. Polish police and brigades of the voluntary firefighters. The last to learn about the impending action were the members of the Judenrat and the Jewish police, who usually were alerted once the Aktion has begun. The morning of the Aktion, the German Liquidierungskommandos, usually composed of German police and Ukrainian, Lithuanian, Latvian, or other auxiliaries, entered the ghetto while the Polish Blue Police cordoned the ghetto from the outside, preventing the Jews from fleeing the area. The liquidations were conducted with unprecedented, unimaginable violence. Thousands of Jews were murdered in the streets of their ghettos. It has been largely unreported in the historical literature, but on average, at least 10% of the Jews have been murdered in situ, in the ghetto, during the day of the liquidation. In many ghettos of eastern Poland, such as Węgrów, Sokołów, it was closer to 20% of all Jewish inhabitants. And in Biłgoraj area, where the ghettos were, it was up to 50% of local Jews who have been murdered during the liquidation. They were never transported to the death sites. First, the terrifying violence, the mass murders, was clearly intended as a final warning and a deterrent to all Jews who might have still harbored plans of resistance. Second, as the recent research indicates, there was a clear link between the numbers of Jews murdered during the liquidation and the distance separating the ghetto from the nearest railway station. In Biłgoraj County, for instance, had a very sparse network of railways. Consequently, columns of thousands of Jews were marched over long distances, with hundreds and thousands of victims being murdered along the way by the guarding details. But even in Warsaw, a closed ghetto with Umschlagplatz, railway ramp, located inside the ghetto, close to 10,000 people have been murdered in the streets of the city during the so-called Grossaktion Warsaw. Once the ghettos have been liquidated, the Germans created a network of rest ghettos, or remnant, or secondary ghettos. Their purpose was manifold. For one, they allowed the authorities to establish labor units or slave labor camps needed for the German war economy, and for the other, to recover Jews who have fled the liquidations and who managed to find temporary shelter on the Aryan side. The situation of these Jews became quickly desperate, and with the dwindling supplies and with no more cash, unable to endure the constant threat of betrayal and exposure, they were more and more likely to return to the remaining rest ghettos or secondary ghettos. The pattern of Jews returning from the Aryan side to the rest ghettos was a phenomenon seen across the Generalgouvernement. The vast majority of remnant ghettos, secondary ghettos, have been liquidated by the Germans throughout 1943. Luge Ghetto, the last large ghetto left standing, resembling in the meantime more of a labor camp, was liquidated in the end of August 1944 and its inmates shipped off to Auschwitz. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Grabowski, for a very detailed and very thorough investigation of the Polish situation regarding the ghettos. And now we are coming to the last lecture of this morning on the Danish situation, the Jews from Denmark and their ghetto life, to be performed by Ms. Silvia Goldbaum Tarabini Fracapane. And the full title is 18 Months in Theresienstadt, the Ghetto Life of Jews from Denmark. Yes, please, Mrs. Goldman.
Thank you for the invitation to talk about the Jews from Denmark in Ghetto Theresienstadt. My perspective is on a micro level. I look at everyday life seen through the eyes of the Danish deportees, a group that with 470 people made up the smallest national community in the ghetto. Until recently, the viewpoints of the deportees were left unexplored in Danish Holocaust history, where Theresienstadt was described mostly related to the Danish civil administration's reaction to the deportation, and therefore seen from Copenhagen rather than through the eyes of the deportees. Historiography focused on Danish relief in terms of food parcels sent to the deportees, a June 1944 visit of the Danish Central Administration and the Red Cross, and finally the release of Danish ghetto inmates 3 weeks before the liberation of Theresienstadt. The perspective of the Danes has not been a subject either in Theresienstadt historiography, where they are mentioned only regarding privileges and mainly from the point of view of prisoners from other countries who observed them with envy receiving food parcels and noticed how they were exempted from transports to the east. My research is based on testimonies from about a third of the 418 Danish survivors, a mix of written and oral sources that stem from the time of the ghetto and until today. The only period from which I haven't found a single testimony is from 1961 to 64, which overlapped the time of the Eichmann trial, in which the exceptional flight to Sweden came to represent Danish Holocaust history. On 28 September 1943, a warning was leaked from Copenhagen headquarters from the German headquarters in Copenhagen about an imminent raid against the Jews, and therefore the majority of Danish Jewry managed to hide and find passage to Sweden. The result of the Judenaktion was that out of about 6,500 Jews, only 472 were deported, except for 2 men. They all arrived at Ghetto Theresienstadt between October 1943 and April 1944. The Theresienstadt deportees counted 223 girls and women and 247 boys and men. The youngest was a 6-month-old baby girl and the oldest a man of 89 years. Danish Jewish families who had lived in the country for centuries made up about a quarter of the deportees from Denmark. Eastern European Jews who had fled the Russian Empire in the years preceding World War I made up half of the deportees, and refugees, most of them from Germany, made up the last quarter. This composition also mirrors that of the Jews in Denmark at the time. So, 4 transports brought the 470 people to Ghetto Theresienstadt, a former garrison town surrounded by ravelins and ramparts, about 60 kilometers north of Prague. The ghetto was headed by an SS commander, and there were 3 during the 3.5 years that the ghetto existed. Less than 30 SS soldiers were stationed there, along with 120 to 150 Czech gendarmes. There was a Jewish self-administration, as it was called, headed by a Jewish elder and a council of elders. So we have the Judenräte here, which operated from November 41, when the town Terezin in Czech was turned into a transit ghetto with the arrival of the first Jews from the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia. They were followed by German, Austrian, Dutch, Slovak, and Danish Jews, all in all more than 140,000 people. Coming from a country where no restrictions had been imposed on Jewish life until the moment of arrest, the arrival to the ghetto was a veritable shock for the Danes. They received a transport number, their ghetto ID, so to say, and for the first time they had to wear a yellow star. People fell ill quickly. The lack of nourishing food, the overcrowded housing, and the limited possibilities for personal hygiene caused even banal diseases to develop differently than outside. Something as trivial as a bedbug bite could lead to infections. To begin with, they were lacking everything. Many arrived only with the clothes they wore. Others had a small luggage that had been prepared for the attempted flight. In comparison, Czech ghetto inmates had been summoned for deportation and told they could bring up to 50 kilos of luggage. Many Danes did not speak neither German nor Czech, which were the main languages of the ghetto, and as the last arrived, they were assigned the worst places to live. Women and children were lodged in wooden huts, and men and older boys in the attics of the former military barracks. Only a small group of people who received the status of prominente based on their former merits were immediately allowed to live with their family, often with others, so that 5, 6, 7, 8 people lived together in a small room. Most families would see each other only if they could meet up and eat together or take a stroll during their leisure time. The living conditions made people edgy and stressed, which caused a lot of quarrels and disputes about everything and nothing. There was work duty, but the age limits changed over time. For most of the time Danes spent there, work was compulsory for people aged between 16 and 60. Some jobs were hard physical labor, like work in the road building command, the rail work command, or transportation of corpses. These jobs gave slightly better food rations than other jobs, which could be jobs in the healthcare system, or the agriculture, mica splitting, cleaning jobs, various forms of kitchen jobs, bath attendants, childcare, tailoring, and many, many others. People who were exempted from work duty, also if it was because of age, were entitled to smaller rations than working prisoners. Out of 111 Danish deportees aged over 60, 41 died in the ghetto. That makes up almost 80% of the deaths among the ghetto inmates in Denmark. Food was distributed 3 times a day. These servings were far from sufficient. At least one, and very often 2 of them, consisted only of liquids, a watery soup or a brownish water called coffee. People had to stand in line for hours to get their portion. The meager and vitamin-less diet quickly caused weight losses, something mentioned in detail in real-time sources and testimonies written shortly after liberation. Like 57-year-old Rudolf Nathansson, who in April 45 wrote, quote, "I myself lost weight in 4 months, 23 kilos. If the Red Cross had not come to the rescue, I and my family would have died of hunger, disease, and filth," unquote. Upon arrival, the deportees from Denmark were ordered to write postcards to friends and family. On the very first cards, dated October 5, some would ask directly for food. Later, they would do so in code. One of them was 19-year-old Ruth Salm, who had come to Denmark from Germany in 1939 with the youth Aliyah. She openly asked her Danish foster parents, "Could you please send me some foodstuffs?" Cards like this was not sent in vain. After 5 to 6 months, food parcels began to arrive regularly from Denmark, organized first by a private group of individuals and partly paid by the Danish Ministry of Social Affairs, even though no permit from the German administration had been granted. With the parcels, the status of the Danes changed. From being among the poorest ghetto inmates, they became wealthy, so to say, as food was perhaps the most important currency in Theresienstadt. Therefore, the Danish testimonies describe conditions at the bottom of, as well as on the top of the ghetto hierarchy. In average, every deportee from Denmark received one 4.5 kilo parcel per month, which constituted a vital supplement of food. A parcel could contain powdered milk, butter, cheese, sausage, groats, sugar, and stock cubes. During the Red Cross visit in June 1944, an official permit was finally granted to ship food to the Danes, and therefore the Danish Red Cross took over the shipments. So from August-September 1944, 2 parcels per person were sent every month. Whereas most parcels arrived, it did happen that some arrived half empty or that the food had been ruined due to bad wrapping. This happened in particular when the shipping changed from the private group, who had their parcels packed by the Evensen company, like a professional company, to the Red Cross, where volunteers packed the food parcels. Salomon Katz, a 40-year-old tailor, wrote in his diary on 5th of September 1944, quote, "It is the Danish Red Cross that sends the parcels now, but they are not as good as Evensen. The wrappings are not as good either. The parcels are almost completely destroyed. The butter is nearly completely melted and made the box greasy, the jam squashed. All in all, a bad wrapping, but still we are happy with the parcels," unquote. However, with the parcels arriving regularly, health improved and, more importantly, deaths almost ceased in the group. The packages also meant that Danes rose in the ghetto hierarchy and became able to barter or to pay for services with food. Despite the food and the fact that they received more than other ghetto inhabitants, they were still hungry, as can be seen from real-time sources where food is often in focus, and from cards sent to friends or family with hidden messages about food. For example, in autumn 1944, a man included an "expect greetings from Uncle Bread Cheese" on a card. Cards had to be written in German, but the last word was in Danish, brødost, and there are many similar cards with hidden messages. According to Danish testimonies, they would share with their fellow ghetto inmates from other countries, whereas non-Danish testimonies argue that they could have shared much more. Not until late 1944, and only to a minor extent, were foods from the Danish parcels, which for some reasons could not be delivered, used for collective food rations. Most of the time, parcels from Denmark which could not be delivered were handed over to the Danish chief rabbi, who is among the deportees and responsible for distributing extra parcels. A beautification that took place as preparation for the international visit in June 1944 can be followed by an almost day-to-day basis in at least 2 Danish diaries. Houses were refurbished, a decorated children's pavilion was built, a playground, a park with benches, and a bandstand where an orchestra played every day, and so on. To make the ghetto seem less crowded, about 7,500 people were included in transports to Birkenau in May. Ellen Oppenheim, 18 years old, worked at a children's home with German and Austrian children, and she had to accompany 2 little girls to the so-called Schleuse from where the transports were leaving. She wrote in her diary notes, quote, 14th May, we followed Dorit Himmelbrand, 10 years old, and Ruth Kirschheim, 7, to the Schleuse. Dorit cried incessantly. We arrived at 7 a.m. and were let in at 9:30. Exit at 7 p.m. 15th May, Hansi Löwenbein, the head of the children's home, went into the Schleuse at 7 in the morning. I went with Hilde to the lattice window to bid farewell to Dorit, unquote. Dorit Himmelbrand from Vienna and Ruth Kirschheim from Berlin were both murdered together with their mothers upon arrival in Birkenau. Hansi Löwenbein survived. According to real-time sources, the day before the visit, the Danes were directly threatened with transports themselves. If they were to reveal the real conditions in Theresienstadt to the 2 Danish visitors, Franz Vass of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Eigild Juhl Henningsen from the National Board of Health, for the day representing the Danish Red Cross. The delegation was headed by a Swiss doctor, Maurice Roussel, from the International Red Cross Committee. As preparation for the visit, Danish families, especially those with young children, were moved to newly refurbished rooms. The delegation was allowed to talk to a few of them there. Many Danes who were not given better accommodation were locked in an attic in the meantime. The delegates returned home and all three wrote positive reports about what they had seen. Whereas Rosell and the ICSC were later criticized for this, the Danish delegates were not, even though François, like Rosell, wrote that Theresienstadt was not a transit camp. The two Danes were exonerated in the historiography, probably because only recently have historians been granted full access to their reports. Among the deportees were 59 children and youngsters under 18. 25 of them were between 7 and 14 years old, the age of compulsory schooling. School was forbidden in Theresienstadt, but a lot was done by the Jewish self-administration to circumvent the Nazi ban against education. So instead, children could attend program. Many Danish parents feared that the children, especially the youngest, would lose their ability to speak and understand Danish as they were surrounded by Czech and German. Shortly after arriving, a Danish teacher and a student teacher therefore organized program for Danish children, to begin with outside on the ramparts, but from December 43 they were assigned a room a few hours a week. They would meet up to recite poems and tables and sing together in Danish. There was a constant lack of paper and books, and during periods, program was cancelled due to sickness. Some of the oldest children relatively quickly skipped, as they could earn a bit of extra food by working instead. Whereas most Czech and German children lived apart from their parents in children's homes, Danish children mostly lived with a parent, and from June 44 with both of them. At least 7 Danish women were pregnant when they were arrested in October 43. 5 of them gave birth in the ghetto. 2 babies died after a few days of life. A woman had aborted spontaneously during transport, and at least 1 woman had a provoked abortion shortly after arrival. If pregnant when arriving, a woman was allowed to give birth, but she was strongly encouraged to terminate her pregnancy. Hilde Wallach, who arrived about 7 months pregnant and gave birth to Rachel in January 44, later wrote, quote, "I was asked to have an abortion, which I refused. We can only die once, I thought," unquote. It was forbidden to become pregnant in the ghetto, and women who did so were forced to abort. Thus, a Danish woman was at the ghetto hospital to get an abortion on the day the Danes were told that they were being released. Her daughter was born in Denmark later that year. To provide clothing and footwear for growing children, people exchanged among themselves, and when food parcels began to arrive, the Danes could barter. They could get items soon, or at least altered or repaired, in exchange for food. Access to toys were, of course, extremely limited, and here you can see a teddy bear made for the youngest Danish deportee, probably in exchange for foodstuffs, and on the leg, I don't know if it's visible, but on the leg there, you can see that it also got a transport number. Today, Theresienstadt is perhaps best known because of the cultural life. The absurdity of the ghetto is caught in a sentence written by 21-year-old Isidor Schindelheim right after his liberation in April 45. Quote, "On the one hand, there was great misery, but on the other, one could go to concerts, football matches, and various entertainments." Unquote. The Danes participated in many areas of this cultural life, mostly as spectators, but some were active performers, including conductor Peter Deutsch and the professional clown Hambo, with the real name Harry Heimann, both of whom had come to Denmark from Berlin as refugees in the 30s. There were amateur musicians who played in the orchestras, and a few sportsmen who participated in football and handball matches. Finally, Chief Rabbi Friediger gave some lectures on varied topics such as the meaning of reconciliation, Denmark and its Jews, or the memoirs of a field rabbi. Max Moses Friediger, who originated here from Budapest, had been educated in Berlin at the Hildesheimer Rabbinical Seminary and was during World War I a field rabbi in the Imperial and Royal Army. From 1920 and until his death in 1947, Friediger was chief rabbi in Copenhagen. Upon arrival to Theresienstadt, he soon became the Danish representative to the Council of Elders. Among the Danes, 51 adults died in the ghetto, and 1 man was deported to Birkenau. 40 of the deaths took place before the food parcels arrived. A few had been seriously ill when arrested, but most deaths were directly connected to the lack of nourishing food, which together with the poor conditions made people extra vulnerable and exposed to disease. A few committed suicides. During transport to Theresienstadt and within a few days upon arrival, 2 elderly men took poison. In January 1944, a 65-year-old woman threw herself from the first floor of a building. Her suicide attempt failed, but she died 2 months later from the injuries. The dead were picked up by prisoners with horse-driven carts. Some of the young refugees were assigned to this job as they were used to horses from their farms in Denmark. The corpses were brought to the ceremonial hall, as it was called, on the outskirts of the ghetto, and after a short ceremony, they were taken to the crematorium. In November 1944, more than 30,000 urns were destroyed. Adults and children were ordered to stand in long lines and pass the cardbox urns from hand to hand. The urns were loaded on a truck and thrown into the Eger River. In December 1943, the Danes witnessed transports leave for the first time. It was said that deportees from Denmark were exempt. Despite this exemption, a stateless refugee was included in a small transport on March 20th, 1944, when everyone from the ghetto's mental hospital was taken to Auschwitz-Birkenau. 45-year-old Schmolsender Jonisch was murdered on arrival. And although he was the only from Denmark to be included in a transport to Birkenau, it had an impact on the group. They knew he had been taken away and therefore feared the transports, even in cases where it was clearly stated that Danish transport numbers were exempted. This awareness also led a father to hide his adult developmentally disabled daughter for a time out of fear that she would be sent away too. The reason behind the exemption of the Danes is unclear, at least when we look beyond the international visit that took place in June 1944, where they were definitely used as part of the propaganda. The exemption is mostly explained as connected to the Danish policy of cooperation, but we have no details about who took the decision or the precise purpose of it. Transports left Theresienstadt also in May, as I mentioned before, with the 2 children, and in September, October 1944, in total more than 30,000 fellow prisoners were taken to Auschwitz-Birkenau during the 18 months the Danes spent in the ghetto. Altogether, during the ghetto's existence, 88,000 people were deported, most of them to extermination camps or other sites of mass killings. Several Danish men and women were ordered to work as transport helpers, as it was called, in the Schleuse when a transport arrived or departed. 49-year-old Kai Nagler wrote about what he saw in his diary, 4th of October 1944. Quote, "Today we have completed a transport of 1,500 women and children after 30 hours of work. We have not been off our clothes from 5 o'clock yesterday morning till 2 o'clock today. From midnight, the women and children had to stand in the barrack yard at 0 degrees, and many frightful scenes took place." Unquote. From the real-time sources, we know that it was well known that the transports went to Birkenau, but people did not know what Birkenau entailed. They did not know about the systematic extermination. One Dane described in his diary in May 1944 how a fellow inmate was happy to be included in a transport as he hoped to be reunited with his siblings in Birkenau who had been sent there in December. What was feared among the ghetto inmates was the actual transport from Theresienstadt to Birkenau in overcrowded cattle wagons and to arrive to an unknown place. According to later testimonies, only in January 1945, when Slovak Jews arrived at the ghetto, did the Danes hear about the systematic extermination. Whether they believed it at the time is unclear from the sources. During the following months, they witnessed transports arriving to Theresienstadt with people in miserable conditions. Transport helpers had to unload the incoming trains and were shocked when in early March 1945, more than 1,000 Hungarians arrived from Vienna. It was Jews who had been imprisoned in Strashof and arrived after a week in cattle cars with almost no water. Many of them had died en route, and their fate left a deep impression on the ghetto inhabitants. On April 13, 3 weeks before the end of the war, the Danes were told to meet in the Schleuse. They were being released and picked up by a joint Scandinavian relief effort with a caravan of white buses that brought the survivors through Germany and occupied Denmark to Sweden, where they stayed for a few weeks in quarantine before returning to Denmark after the liberation. Examining the Danish testimonies revealed three distinct narratives that matches the subgroups. So the old Danish Jewish families held the best position internally in the group. They received better accommodation prior to the international visit in June 1944, and individuals had easier access to extra food parcels, as the Danish chief rabbi treated them preferentially. Regarding work life, a few of the German speakers obtained better jobs in the baths or in the postal office, and a few men worked in the Jewish ghetto administration. Otherwise, people worked in the ordinary work commandos. However, 45% of the group of old Danish Jewish families were aged 60 plus and therefore exempted from work duty. The majority of the 221 so-called Russian Jews were Danish nationals. Only 30 were stateless but had lived in Denmark for years. Despite this, only a few, mainly families with young children, were assigned better accommodation prior to the international visit. The majority had to remain in the overcrowded lodgings. It was difficult for them to obtain extra parcels, and some felt disadvantaged compared to the old Danish Jewish families. Many of the Russians were shoemakers and tailors, and several came to work as such in the ghetto. Of the 111 refugees, 71 were young people who had come to Denmark on Hashara to learn agriculture in preparation for immigration to Palestine. They included 3 couples whose children were born in Denmark. Among the other refugees, there was only 1 family with young children. The Hashara youth had been used to agricultural work in Denmark, and in the ghetto, many of them got jobs in the agricultural work commando, where some of the young men experienced physical violence from SS guards. Most refugees had scattered contact, if any, with the old Danish Jewish families, and only a few were assigned better lodgings before the international visit. Looking at Danish Theresienstadt history through the prism of the deportees changes the perspective and thereby the narrative. The deportees emerges as individuals with distinctive experiences and reactions to their imprisonment. Factors such as gender, age, and social background also define what was experienced and how it was perceived. The social divisions that had existed between the groups in Denmark continued in Theresienstadt, less so among the youngest deportees, however. Since most Danish deportees did not experience other places of persecution than Theresienstadt, they do not compare conditions there with conditions in other camps, and their testimonies contribute to a better understanding of the everyday life in Theresienstadt from October 1943 to April 1945. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the Danish landscape, which was equally terrible. And we are now facing little less than half an hour for questions or comments, if you have any. Lunchtime will start at 12:30. We'll have an hour for lunch up until 1:30, and the afternoon session starts at 1:30. All right, so please come up with questions or comments to the morning session, any one of these lectures, or the general issues of the ghetto that we heard in the first lecture, which was paving the way to the understanding of the whole ghetto problem, which I thought was very welcome, not only in this particular museum, but also at the international scene. This is a pioneering study of something which has been rather neglected in recent years. So please, anything to ask, anything to add or detract? If no one wants to raise an issue, oh, there's somebody there. Yes, please. Could you please mention your name and your background just in one sentence?
I'm going to ask in Hungarian. My name is István Végső. I do not know whether it was a translation mistake, but we could hear that ghettos in the countryside were in the outskirts, but it's not true because the majority of Hungarian ghettos were mostly in the inner cities, so in the city centers, in the town centers. I do not know whether it was a translation mistake or not. And, you know, the Jews in Pest also were concentrated in June 1944, so not only after the deportations ended in other towns, but you know, the Jews in Budapest were concentrated as early as in 1944. This is what I wanted to mention in connection with the first lecture.
The geographic location of the ghetto in the various cities of Hungary, but as we saw it through the lecture on the Polish ghettos, most of these ghettos were inclined to be placed in the middle of the city rather than at the outskirts of the city. Whether it was a translation mistake or a misunderstanding, we just don't know at this point, but the fact remains that the ghettos were not at the outskirts of the big cities, but more like in the heart of these cities, as was very well shown by the Polish examples. So, yes, please, Professor Grabowski.
Thank you. Just very briefly to respond to it, yes, indeed, the majority of, I mean, I don't know, of course, the Hungarian realities as well as you do, in the context of Poland. Indeed, the larger ghettos were situated in the cities or towns. But what the Germans, there was a pattern of removal of Jews into least desirable parts of the city, basically shanty towns, suburbs. You can, as the best example is in Krakow, where the Jews were actually taken out of the city core and dumped into a place which was across the river in industrial, very drab area. And this was repeated throughout. So yes, indeed, in the city, but in the places where people did not really want to go.
Thank you very much. Was this an answer to a question?
Can I also react?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so thanks for the comment, but what I would say that there is still a lot of research to be done on ghettos in Hungary. Laszlo Csősz is doing, of course, important work. When I did my study, I looked at many places also via Randolph Graham's studies and others, and what became very apparent, and it was first very strange from my perspective, is that in Hungary you have lots of ghettos in brick factories, and the brick factories were at the edges of cities because of security issues, and that is something very different than other places where also and Jews were moved from their neighborhoods and their dwellings to these places. And what we have in Poland and in the Soviet Union is that Jews are concentrated in ghettos in a place, in a neighborhood where already a lot of Jews were living. And that is a very different situation. What also happened with the first ghettos in Poland, it's very clear, and it's also can be found in a discussion if a ghetto would be established in Amsterdam, for instance, that the local authorities were not happy with these ghettos, with the segregation of central parts of the cities. Even when Jews were moved to a poor neighborhood, a poor Jewish neighborhood in the city, which we can see in Lithuania, for instance, it still caused problems in the daily life of the cities. And that is very different in the countryside in Hungary.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Mischmann. This the second answer to the question. Kicsit hangosabban legyen, kedves.
Please speak up. Speak up. Yeah. Now, can you hear me? Yes. Thank you so much. I think there's a misunderstanding in actually the brick factory areas were for collecting people. So when we are talking about external areas, outskirts, that's actually what had a role at the end of the ghettoization. So once the ghettos are completed, then the Jews are removed to the brick factories. That's phase number 2 for the deportation. So in this regard, actually, I would make a distinction between the first stage, which is ghetto, and the second stage, which is the collection area. And exactly the same thing happened in Szeged, at the brick factory, and the ghetto, or in Baja. So, but actually, the ghettos themselves could be located only into central locations. At the subcarpathian areas, there were some external ghettos, and also in northern Hungary, but also in Kiskunmajsa, there were some external ghettos, but the vast majority of the ghettos were located in the very inner, in the central part of the city. So actually, yes, industrial areas, yes, that was phase number 2, which is the collection area. Thank you so much.
To this also, if I may, first of all, thanks for the information, because that is, of course, based on more recent research. But we have to pay attention, and that is the aspect that I emphasize, and that is the linguistic one. And these brick factories in the documentations are called ghettos. And so there is a difference between concentration and what is called ghetto. And that is something that we can see via the documentation. One of the problems that I encountered when I embarked on this study was that, and we could hear also something from Professor Grabowski's comment on what happened in Poland. There is the way the Germans use the term, or the locals use the term, ghetto. There is the way the Jews use the term. And in Poland, for instance, when you have Plaszów and other places where when the ghetto is abolished and Jews are kept there and the place is called the Zwangsarbeitslager in the German documentation, the Jews call it the little ghetto. And then you have the scholars who call ghettos places that were never called by the German scholars, by the German ghettos. So we have 3 layers. We have the German use and the local use of non-Jews of the term ghetto, the Jewish use of the term ghetto, and the scholars' use of the term ghetto. And they are not identical. And that is something that we have to pay attention to. And what I emphasize, and I'm not a scholar of Hungary as such, but when we look into the documentation, we have to see what kind of term is used. Concentration as such, in Hilberg's terminology, is ghettoization, but that is not what I call ghettoization. That is concentration. And ghettos as such, the term and the understanding of the people who use the term is something different.
Thank you, Professor Mischmann. I think these answers to the question of where the ghettos were located and established and located, that brings this question to a stop, I think. And I encourage other questions, please, on other issues of the ghetto. Yes, please.
Sorry to interrupt. I wanted to comment on the previous discussion, if I may, just shortly. I'm Laszlo Csősz, Hungarian National Archives and ELTE University. First of all, it's great to see you, Dani, albeit only online. And thanks for your thought-provoking and excellent lecture. I just wanted to mention that in this discussion, actually both parties were right, because we have to see, first of all, that originally there was another model of ghettoization in Hungary, and later on it was a two-phased development, because in the first phase of the deportations, my colleague István mentioned Subcarpathia and northern Transylvania. Actually, ghetto and the so-called collection camp or transit camp were the same phase, and also there was a terminological confusion. However, later on, after realizing the so-called practical problems, which included the danger of epidemics for the perpetrators, they established a two-phase process, ghetto and then transit camp. And in this case, ghettos were indeed moved to urban centers mostly, but as Professor Grabowski was perfectly right, not to the very centers, because Jews were always taken from the main squares, main roads, and the most modern apartments everywhere, and typically taken to the part of the downtown where Jews were first settled historically, and when the poorer, lower class Jews typically lived. And it was the case in Budapest, for example, because the main ghetto was established in the 7th district, which was the original Jewish quarter. And you see the same pattern basically in most parts of the country. So actually, both comments were right in this case. And as for your second comment, Dani, I think Hungarian scholars, of course, doing new research, but we should have much more focus on theoretical issues offered by you and other experts, and comparative perspective in the research of Hungarian ghettos. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Laszlo, you should be a rabbi, because if you say both sides are right, that's, the famous joke.
Thank you. This brought up a very important issue, so it seems, which made it essential to study the whole of Europe from this perspective, where and when were these ghettos established, and whether or not the same pattern was repeated all over again in the various countries of Europe. It turns out that the question is much more complex than what we thought first. It's not just the location, but also the time of the establishment of these ghettos is something that we should pay more attention to. We still have another 8 or 9 minutes until the end of the question period. Any other questions, please, apart from the ones that we just concluded? Other aspects of the ghetto problem, general European or particular Polish, Danish, and Hungarian, of course.
My name is Martin Dean. I'll be speaking after the break. Just want to thank Dan for his excellent overview. You didn't really raise the issue of labor camps, Dan, in your presentation. Obviously, they are quite separate from ghettos, but they sometimes do get confused from ghettos. One part of the definition that I see as very important is this idea of whole family units. And you see this, for example, when the ghettos in the Baltic states are converted into concentration camps. One thing the Jews there notice is that they're separated from their families, that they're no longer living together. Would you think that is part of the definition or not, Dan?
Well, I think there is no one definition. What I wanted to emphasize is that it is a fluid term. And it is used in different ways. And that's also what I said, that when you see the term that was used by the Germans for Drancy, Mechelen, and Westerbork is Judendurchgangslager, but they had the same function as the ghetto in Salonika and also in Hungary. And therefore there is no one definition. And I think that's the point that we have to think about, and that it goes back also to the changing semantics of the term from its invention in the 16th century until now. And we have to part from Hilberg's understanding. That's what I emphasize. And when you say labor camps, and indeed Jews often call this the little ghetto, so it's a gray zone in a way.
Thank you for the answer. Is that sufficient an answer to your question?
It was a good answer.
All right. Thank you. Anything else, please? There was a whole variety of different issues brought up by these three excellent lectures.
Martin Dean again. If I can respond briefly to Jan Grabowski. I was very interested in your work on the open ghettos, and especially the rural Jews in Poland who were not ghettoized until at least 1942. You talked about 500,000 Jews never really being ghettoized. I think I would agree with that. There were places in Poland where where no ghettos were established. That's quite clear. You particularly look at the role of the Polish authorities in this, and this is certainly the one huge area of missing research, and you suggested a few ways we can do that. I'm just wondering if you have any more concrete conclusions about the role the Polish authorities played, or you're still obviously cautious to go into detail.
To me, this sounded like a comment rather than a question.
Sorry?
But if you have any...
Yes, thank you, Martin, for this question. Of course, I didn't have the time to enter into details given the scope of the question, but generally speaking, if you look at the concentration and deportation of the ghettos, Jews and the deportation later on, you can say one thing: the lesser the German presence in the area, the greater had to be the role of non-Germans in concentrating and shipping the Jews away. And the quintessential, the most flagrant example that I can come up is, some of you know perhaps, the Museum of Poles rescuing the Jews in Markowa in southern Poland. Well, so in the museum you won't find this information, but actually the Jews of Markowa have been concentrated and deported to the trains without one German being present. So but generally speaking, the smaller the German presence in the area, the greater the implication of non-Germans, be they Poles, Ukrainians, depending on the area.
Thank you.
Can I add another remark?
Yes, please.
Okay.
The shorter the better. The shorter the better, please. All right?
Yeah, okay, sure, but I think it is interesting because it's new. And there is an aspect what we didn't talk about, and that is the impact of compensation procedures by Germany for people who worked in the ghettos, forced labor or voluntary. And then you have the impact of legislation. And the legislation in Germany was based actually on Hilberg's conceptualization. And then came up the issue of open ghettos. Now, open ghettos in Poland are more known, but recently came up the issue of compensation for Romanian survivors in open ghettos in Romania. What kind of creature is that? And we were asked at Yad Vashem to set up a definition, which I did with Radu Ioanid, the scholar who deals with Romania. And now there is a legal definition for open ghettos in Romania, but it is another creature, I would say, in this minefield of ghettos.
Thank you very much, Professor Mischman. I think we should not forget about the fact that this is not just a morning conference, but it's a 2 days conference. And we are going to have a lot of opportunities later on to address certain issues that were covered or half covered this morning. We are going to have a second session today, starting once again at 1:30, and then there's the whole day tomorrow, when you can also raise some of these issues again and give some light to it from a Hungarian or a Polish or a Danish or any other European aspect. So with that, I think we came to the end of the morning session, and we are to face our much-deserved lunch at 12:30. And we are going to have 1 hour for the lunch, and then we meet again here at 1:30. Thank you very much for your active participation and your presence here. Thank you.
Voilà. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will have a session this afternoon a little shorter than the one that was planned. We will have 3 successive presentations about 3 different regions of Europe. We will begin with the Baltic countries, then with Slovakia, and afterwards with Belgium. And you understand that the geography of the ghettos is a very important parameter. The comparisons from one region to another are very pertinent to our research, our discussion today and tomorrow. And I will immediately begin by presenting the first contributor to this afternoon is Martin Dean, who comes from Washington, D.C. in the United States. He is well known today for his participation in the new memorial in Babi Yar in Kiev, in Ukraine. This very important site of the Shoah has been researched, and he is an important contributor to the new understanding of what happened in Babi Yar. He has worked on very sensitive issues like collaboration with the Nazis in Europe, also like spoliation of the Jewish possessions all over Europe, and the issue of restitution of what has been spoiled. But today the issue is the ghettos, and Martin Dean has edited a whole volume of a very important reference book. I will quote the exact title. This book is entitled Encyclopedia of Camps and Ghettos, 1933-1945, with a subtitle Ghettos in German-occupied Eastern Europe. And it was published in 2012 by Indiana University Press. This is really something you can't escape if you want to work on the issue of the ghettos. And today he will speak specifically about the Baltic countries, what happened in the ghettos in the Baltic countries. So I let you benefit from his presentation.
Thank you very much, Philippe, for that excellent introduction. So we'll talk today about the ghettos in the Baltic states, and I have a few remarks that are about ghettos in general, and also comparisons with, say, with Hungary or specifically with Poland. And I want to thank Dan Mitchman for his excellent paper this morning, which dealt with the theoretical aspect of the ghetto. But when I was doing the Encyclopedia of the Ghettos, we couldn't just deal with a definition that was constantly moving. We did have to decide on what was a ghetto and what wasn't, what was to be included and what was not. So I will discuss a little bit how we decided, in the absence of clear German or any other instructions, to include some sites as ghettos and some not. And that was particularly difficult with the Baltic states. So for many years, the historiography of the Holocaust in the Baltic states focused on the 6 main ghettos in Lithuania and Latvia. However, it neglected the role played by ghettoization in the countryside prior to the mass shootings in 1941. More recent studies, however, by Christoph Diekmann, Menachem Bachagan, among others, have now shown that more than 100 improvised ghettos were established in Lithuania and around 29 in Latvia. This contrasts sharply with the figure of only about 20 for each region in a study by Ilya Altman published only in 2008. Many of the ghettos were short-lived and served to concentrate the Jews for just a short period before the killings. Nonetheless, the Jews were housed separately from the non-Jewish population, and they were subjected to forced labor and other systematic forms of discrimination. This paper will analyze the patterns of ghettoization in the Baltic states and demonstrate how the many smaller and short-lived ghettos were used to concentrate the Jewish population and facilitate the process of destruction. The role of local collaborators will also be examined, and their cooperation with the German killing squads. Finally, the history of the larger ghettos, forced labor camps for Jews, and concentration camps in the region will be reviewed, as the policy of destruction through work was applied here through to the end of the occupation. It works. How many ghettos were there in Lithuania? Even today, some secondary sources focus only on the 3 main ghettos in Lithuania. These were those in Kaunas, Vilnius, and Šiauliai, which together with that in Švenčionis were the only ones that remained after the massacre of the Jews in the smaller towns and villages in the period from July through December 1941, during which some 130,000 Lithuanian Jews were murdered. Yet the careful research of Christoph Diekmann and others demonstrates how comprehensive orders were issued by the German and Lithuanian regional authorities in summer 1941 to establish ghettos throughout the country. For example, in the region of Šiauliai, already under the German military administration, an order was issued for ghettos to be established at the end of July 1941. However, this was not implemented in all towns immediately, so once the German civil administration took over in August, the district commissar, you see here, Hans Gewerke, issued another order on August 13th for the Jews in the region to be ghettoized. These orders were then implemented largely by the local Lithuanian authorities, as the Germans had very few personnel on the ground. The broad scope of ghettoization across all of Lithuania can be seen from this map. This shows 115 ghettos and holding camps that we were able to identify and describe in the Encyclopedia of Camps and Ghettos. Many of these ghettos held not only the Jews of the town concerned, but also Jews brought in from neighboring villages and other small towns. The pattern of ghettoization was influenced also by the orders issued at the level of the region, Gebiet, and even the county, Kreis, below this, which influenced the precise chronology of ghetto establishment and also their liquidation. The operations of the German killing squads, the Einsatzgruppen, and Lithuanian auxiliary units, such as the Ypatinga Biuras, had to be coordinated closely with the local Lithuanian authorities. Similar ghettoization orders were issued by the district commissar for Vilna Land, Horst Wolf, in August 1941. This led to the establishment of more than 10 short-lived ghettos in his region in late August 41. On September 19th, a further order was issued to place all Jews in this region behind barbed wire. However, these orders served only as a cover for the murder of the remaining Jews by the end of September 1941. For several locations, such as Velusionis, where Jews were briefly concentrated for 2 to 3 days and then shot. The existence of the site was too short for it to match the criteria we have been using to define a ghetto. So these sites have not been included on the map. So contrary to Dan Michman, we did have to come up with a definition of a ghetto, and these are some of the things that we used. As the German authorities never strictly defined what a ghetto was, it was necessary to develop a working definition from analyzing individual cases and all the evidence that we encountered. Here are the 4 main principles we used in deciding this question, case by case, literally looking through the sources for as many different places as possible. One, and perhaps the most important one, was the resettlement into an area only for Jews. We see this, for example, in the ghetto orders issued in April 1942 for the newly incorporated territories from Lithuania. There it says, "Die Ghettos werden ausschließlich von Juden bewohnt." The ghettos will be exclusively occupied by Jews. And this is the one principle that seems to be absolutely critical, that all non-Jews are removed from a certain area, and the Jews are left to be the only inhabitants of that area. And there are, of course, occasional exceptions, but this is a prime reason for defining something as a ghetto. Restrictions on entering and leaving the area. These could be variable from just simply putting up a sign saying that this area belonged to the Jews, obviously, to more complicated mechanisms such as barbed wire or a wall fence or a very high fence. Later on, you also see police guards as being, even with open ghettos, there was generally some kind of police guard that would prevent Jews from leaving. And we chose this arbitrary definition. It really comes from the project overall, as we'd had the similar problem with concentration camps. There were wild concentration camps in Germany in the first months and years of the Hitler regime, and the period that was determined then for deciding if it was a camp or not for the first volume was a period of 2 weeks. I kind of extended this to a time period of about 10 days to 2 weeks, but certainly it has to be more than a week. It has to have a certain period of existence, and therefore some smaller sites or short-lived sites are not included. And finally, we have what the sources say themselves, and I think this should not be ignored. We want to use contemporary sources as far as possible, but also the memories of survivors are important. And it's basically either defined as a Jewish residential area, which is common for the Polish region. Even Polish sources talk about dzielne żydowskie is the term used there in the Polish sources. And of course the term ghetto is quite widespread in many different sources. The duration of 2 weeks is, of course, arbitrary and may exclude some short-lived ghettos, but there is clearly a difference between a place where Jews were held for just a few days, such as Velencionis, away from any town, and the ghetto, for example, in Meszegala, where Jews were contained in 2 separate places for more than a month, being escorted out for work each day for much of that period. So another complication is the distinction between ghettos and forced labor camps. There was considerable overlap between the concept of a ghetto and that of a labor camp. Indeed, many Russian language sources apply the term ghetto indiscriminately to sites that were clearly labor camps. Here are some of the most important differences that we were able to confirm. Ghettos almost always included entire family units, while labor camps held mostly Jews of working age who'd been specifically selected for work and were often segregated by sex. And as I mentioned in my question, Joachim Tauber, for example, stresses how from the transition from ghettos to concentration camps in the Baltic region, many Jews stressed particularly how they were split up from the rest of their families as part of that process. Also, ghettos were usually located in or near existing places of Jewish residence, and I think this is a common theme. They could be on the edge of town. That was also occasionally used by the Germans or the local authorities to house the Jews, but not too far from where the majority of Jews were living before. And therefore, the labor camps, if you look at maps of where the labor camps are located and where the ghettos are located, the ghettos are kind of evenly spread out in the larger towns or even smaller towns, but not so much in villages, but certainly not in the countryside, whereas the labor camps very often were scattered either along a road construction route or at particular sites such as mills or even lumber camps in the middle of the forest, away from areas of Jewish residence. In the Baltic states, there were also dozens of forced labor camps for Jews and concentration camp subcamps in which Jews were held, so it is important to distinguish clearly between each of these different types of sites. This was mentioned briefly by Jan, and so we go past that. Okay. I'll just mention briefly the remnant ghettos. Additional hybrid type of site is the so-called remnant ghetto or rest ghetto. These were camps for a few remaining Jews confined in a section of a former ghetto once most of the inmates there had been killed or deported. They were usually retained as labor for sorting out remaining property or conducting other work. These remnant ghettos resemble labor camps more than ghettos, but as they were housed on ghetto sites, their history is usually dealt with as an extension of the history of the ghetto. In some places, remnant ghettos were also used, as Jan mentioned, to lure Jews out of hiding. For example, the barracks in Jonova, as early as the fall of 1941, which held many Jews selected for labor after the other Jews had been shot, served also to entice Jews out of hiding by providing food and shelter in return for work. Another remnant ghetto that more resembled a labor camp was established in Ostrowiec, in the region transferred to Lithuania from Vice-Ruthenian in April 1942. As the ghettos in this region were placed under the labor department of the Vilna ghetto, they increasingly took on the function of labor camps. Some Jews from these ghettos were also sent from the summer of 1942 to other labor camps for Jews in the countryside, such as that in Cana, where they worked cutting peat and constructing a road. So just to use the screen a little bit, you can see some of the remnant ghettos listed here, underlined in red. So this map may be difficult to decipher. Essentially, it shows the killing sites of Jews in Lithuania and also some of the more distant transfers that took place there. The rural Jews of Lithuania were not always killed directly outside their villages. Some were transferred more than 10 kilometers to regional killing sites, and the residents of some smaller ghettos were transferred first to larger ghettos nearby. For example, Jews from the villages of Stakliskis and Bistonis were brought into the temporary ghetto in Butrimonis before being shot nearby with the local Jews. After being held in the synagogue for a few weeks, the male Jews from Kamai were sent to Rokiskis, and the women and children were sent to Abeliai, where they shared the fate of their respective ghetto inmates in August. In some districts, Jews were brought from several places to one killing site for reasons of convenience. For example, hundreds of Jews from the ghettos in Kursenai and Uniskis were sent to the larger ghetto in Zagari, which then more than doubled in size. Therefore, this map shows many of these local transfers that took place in 1941 during the main period of destruction, when literally the German aim was to clear the countryside of any Jewish presence. You see a similar policy in Vice-Ruthenian, but it's less successful in that they don't manage to achieve that aim by any means in 1941. Other Jews were subsequently transferred between various ghettos and camps in the period of 1942 to 1943, mainly for specific labor purposes. In the makeshift ghettos established in the small towns of Lithuania, living conditions were appalling. As they were viewed as useless mouths by the Germans, the access of Jews to food supplies was restricted. In some towns, Jews were forbidden to visit the marketplace, even before ghettos were established. Other restrictions included seizure for forced labor and the wearing of distinctive markings. The ghettos were overcrowded and suffered from poor sanitation. Some were buildings such as synagogues or barns, not intended for residential use. Post-war testimony from a Soviet trial indicates that in Yubarkus, I quote, "The Jews with their children and the elderly were placed in the ghetto, which was a building surrounded by barbed wire. There the Jews lived under prison conditions. Nutrition was bad, consisting of cabbage soup and a little bread. They were driven to work under guard and had to clean rubbish from the houses and the streets and do other most disgusting and difficult work with little food." End quote. By the end of September 1941, only about 6 weeks after the ghetto was set up, all the Jews of Yubarkus had been killed by a murder squad from Kaunas, assisted by the local police. The owners and residents of 208 houses had been shot. Lithuanian collaborators, initially as so-called partisans and later as auxiliary police, played a major role in establishing and guarding the ghettos. In some places, they also participated directly in the murder of the ghetto inhabitants. For example, in Lazdiai, a ghetto was established on September 15th, 1941, in a former Red Army barracks. It was surrounded by barbed wire and strictly guarded by armed Lithuanians. The Lithuanian police chief, Karalius, even issued regulations for the ghetto that resembled those for a concentration camp. Jews were not permitted to approach the barbed wire or make contact with persons outside. The penalty for leaving the ghetto without permission was death. Some Jews escaped when they learned that pits were being dug nearby. The remainder were shot in November by members of the so-called Roll Commander Haman, assisted by local Lithuanian activists. In the town of Kėdainiai, a public meeting was organized on the eve of the ghetto's destruction, at which participants, including students at the local technology college, were recruited for the roundup of the Jews, and volunteers came forward to participate in the shooting. As also in the larger ghettos, Jewish women were raped in some towns by members of the local Lithuanian police prior to being murdered. So the scale of looting of Jewish property was, of course, enormous. As soon as the Soviet forces retreated, some local inhabitants exploited the interregnum to loot Jewish property. Then, on the establishment of ghettos, frequently the Jews were permitted to take with them into the ghetto only what they could carry in their own arms, such that their remaining property was stolen. Inside the ghetto, some communities were subjected to demands for so-called contributions, or government regulations declared their property to be confiscated. Many Jews entrusted valuable items to non-Jewish acquaintances for safekeeping, but the chances of retrieving such things after the war remained slim. In Kėdainiai, locals looted the empty ghetto after the Jews were shot. More valuable items were secured by the German police, while furniture and other items were sold to the local population at fixed prices. Scenes such as this one from Utena, where local policemen sold looted items to their Lithuanian neighbors, were common in the weeks following the massacres. So this is a special subcategory of ghettos, which really is ahistorical, but has been used by historians certainly since 1945 to make a kind of distinction between the larger ghettos we're more familiar with, and especially these in the occupied territory of the Soviet Union that lasted for a shorter time. For example, Roman Mogilensky, in the Ghetto Anthology, published in 1985, uses the term Nazi death trap for Jews with regard to ghettos on the occupied territory of the Soviet Union. In some destruction ghettos, the murderous intent was thinly veiled, as Jews were given very little or no food and water. Due to the division of labor between the military, the civil authorities, and the German security police, it remains unclear how many of these short-lived ghettos were intentionally established solely for the purpose of destruction. However, in those created in September 1941, around Vilna, for example, after the mass shootings had been extended to women and children, ghetto inmates soon heard rumors of the complete elimination of other nearby Jewish communities that warned them of their fate. Some of these ghettos were used to consolidate Jews from neighboring communities, and within 2 months, all but a few selected Jewish workers had been murdered. So this is perhaps the key question we still have. Should we use the term ghettos for all of these sites? In the context of this conference, at least, for me, the answer is absolutely yes. First, you have the orders to establish ghettos in the various Lithuanian regions, issued between July and September 1941 by both German and Lithuanian authorities. Then you also have the language used by the Jews and local Lithuanians, which frequently use the term ghetto to describe the various concentration points. Admittedly, some were in synagogues, barracks, or barns, but others were located on a few streets within the town. In Birzhai, for example, some Jews had to exchange houses with non-Jews to create an exclusively Jewish district, and barbed wire was placed around the area. However, a number of sites were not included because the facilities existed for less than 10 days, because they consisted rather of a labor camp or some other type of camp, or simply because there was insufficient evidence or information to make a clear determination. So we probably will never know the exact number of ghettos, but it was certainly a lot higher than previous estimates in, say, the 1990s or early 2000s, which ranged between 400 and 800 ghettos, just for the German-occupied territories alone, not including Hungary or Romania or Transnistria or Bulgaria, where there's some ghettos. We have 1,142 sites included in Volume 2 of the encyclopedia. Unfortunately, Volume 3 covers many of the sites in Hungary and Romania, but it's not comprehensive. It was determined that there were simply too many ghettos to be able to make a precise determination for those regions. So just briefly, a note on sources. A wide variety of sources were used to determine where ghettos existed and where they did not. Among the most important were personal testimonies of survivors. For Meshegola, for example, the survivor David Rudnik explicitly uses the term ghetto to describe the concentration of the Jews. In the case of another town, Ilakiai, it is the Soviet Extraordinary Commission report that uses this term. The recollection of Lithuanian policemen in Soviet trials also used the term ghetto from time to time. Other references to ghettos can be found in German trials or contemporary documentation. Nonetheless, in a number of cases, the word ghetto is not explicitly used in the available sources. However, the concentration and isolation of the Jews in a few buildings, together with other restrictions, created what appears to have been de facto ghettos. Although forced labor was imposed at this time almost everywhere for Jews, the arrest of entire families makes these improvised holding places much more like ghettos than labor camps that became more numerous later in the occupation, once most of the elderly and children had been murdered. Finally, on sources for the Polish ghettos, we used especially the reports of the Jewish social self-help that Jan mentioned briefly today. They even had a series of questionnaires were sent out to Jewish communities asking them specifically if a Jewish residential district had been created in that place or not. It's not complete, but certainly for a number of towns in Poland, we were able to document from the Jewish communities at the time that they thought they had been confined to a Jewish residential area. So I'll look briefly at Latvia. As in Lithuania, the German and local authorities established many small ghettos and holding camps in Latvia in July and August of 1941. The variety of ghetto sites included synagogues, schools, fire stations, and the poorest parts of town. In Jaun Jelgava, the ghetto comprised of one or two synagogue buildings, in which the Jewish men were held separately from the women. The ghetto in Daugavpils was established in an old military fortress where the living conditions were abysmal, particularly in the part usually used for horses. In some cases, prisons were used to confine the male Jews before shooting, while the women and children were held in a designated part of town. Another aspect that's often not mentioned is that in most places there was a series of murder actions. It was rare for everyone to be killed on the same day. Often a few were selected out, and then a few weeks later a few more, and then the period of shooting would extend over sort of 2 weeks to a month, sometimes longer. In some cases, ghettos were unfenced, such as that in Varaklani, but there Jews were prohibited from leaving the area. The ghettos were often guarded by the Latvian self-defense units. Ghettoization in Latvia can perhaps best be illustrated by one specific example, the case of Luge. So this is from the Riga ghetto, of course, showing the sign there, and you can see the extensive barbed wire. In Luge, they also used signs to mark the ghetto. So in mid-July 1941, the German authorities established a ghetto in Luge in connection with the registration of Jews for work. Latvian police chief Riekstins instructed the Jews to move into a designated area of town on several streets. The Jews were permitted to take with them clothing, bedding, crockery, and cutlery. The Jewish apartments outside the ghetto were then confiscated by the German authorities. The Luge ghetto was unfenced, but it was marked by signs bearing a six-pointed star and the inscription, Jews, entrance forbidden. So this was to keep other people from going in, rather than necessarily the Jews from going out, but it was definitely a clear segregation. Around 1,000 Jews resided in the ghetto and had to perform physical labor, such as cleaning streets or washing cars. About 40 Jewish women worked as cleaners in the local hospital. Latvian police terrorized the ghetto residents and sometimes abducted young girls who were never seen again. On August 17th, about 1 month after the ghetto's establishment, German and Latvian police shot about 830 ghetto residents near Lake Tsirma, 6 kilometers outside of town. That's another common feature. Usually the shooting sites were more or less within earshot of where the Jews had been living for most of their lives. It was between sort of 2 and 8 kilometers, sometimes a little further. After this, around 300 Jews remained in the ghetto. further mass shootings in late August, November, and in April 1942 killed most of these people, although a few Jews were transferred to the ghettos in Daugavpils and also to the town of Rezekne. So just briefly on Estonia, which has quite a different history for a number of reasons. Only one site in Estonia was found to resemble a ghetto. This was in Tartu, where 2 houses were used to hold the Jews, including women and children, under guard for several weeks before their transfer to the Tartu concentration camp, where they were all shot. Otherwise, in Estonia, the small Jewish population was arrested and held mainly in prisons and improvised concentration camps before the Estonian security police, together with Einsatzgruppe A, carried out their murder. Uniquely for Estonia, individual arrest warrants exist for many of the Jews murdered in this manner. In total, 963 Jews were killed in Estonia. So, due to constraints of time and the fact that these ghetto histories are fairly well known, I'll only deal briefly with the 6 main ghettos in Lithuania and Latvia, which existed in Kaunas, Vilnius, Šiauliai in Lithuania, and Riga, Daugavpils, and Liepāja in Latvia. And if some of those names are unfamiliar, of course, they have different names in German or in Hebrew, or especially in Yiddish, which was the language of the Jews at that time. But there were just 3 main ghettos in each country. These were distinguished from most other ghettos by their large size and longer duration, all existing in some form into 1943. They were all surrounded by a fence and also had a Jewish administration, or Judenrat, and a Jewish police force. Mass shootings at Ponari, Pikiniki Forest, Fort 9, and other infamous sites severely reduced the Jewish populations of these ghettos in 1941, which in part was replaced by an influx of Jews deported from Germany, Austria, and former Czechoslovakia, as well as Jews from other small ghettos. As Peter Klein and more recently Jochen Tauber have argued, the shortage of labor in the Baltic states by spring 1942 then caused the situation to stabilize in these large ghettos, as most of the inmates were then used for work. Tauber's book is actually called Hoffnung durch Arbeit, and he shows how really a desperate shortage of labor, especially in Lithuania, but also in Latvia, led the Germans to really have an intensified labor exploitation of these Jews that actually meant that a few did survive the war. Some Jews were sent out from these ghettos to labor camps in Latvia and Lithuania in 1942 and 1943. From the Vilna ghetto, more than 7,000 Jews were sent to concentration camps in Estonia in August 1943, when the larger ghetto there was liquidated. For security reasons, Himmler decided all remaining ghettos were to be converted into concentration camps from the summer of 1943, and in Riga, all Jews were gradually transferred to the Kaiserwald concentration camp, which then consisted of 23 subcamps. Some of these had previously been work sites of the Riga ghetto. So some Jews literally didn't move, they just stayed where they were and they put up a fence around them, and it goes from being a sort of labor detachment of the Riga ghetto to being a concentration camp. There were, of course, a lot of forced labor camps, and these not only in the Baltic states, but also in places like Silesia. They're consolidated because concentration camps require more infrastructure, so you want less of them, but they have more complete fences around them, and they're integrated into an existing centralized system. So the main difference between ghettos and, say, forced labor camps compared with concentration camps is you have a centralized German administration for the concentration camps. Documenting the 1,000 or so concentration camps was relatively easy because there is a huge amount of German documentation. For both ghettos and forced labor camps, these are decentralized, and most of the sources are those of Jewish survivors. It's quite a lot of difficult work. The increasing emphasis on ghetto labor by 1942 is demonstrated also by the 15 ghettos transferred into the General Commissariat Lithuania or Litauen from Vice-Rutenia in Belarus in April 1942. These ghettos had been established in the fall of 1941 and were soon informed about the murders in Lithuania from the few survivors who managed to flee. On being incorporated into Lithuania, which meant also that Lithuanian officials came in to administer the place, some Jews now fled southeast, expecting to meet the same fate. For example, about 150 Jews fled from the ghetto in Holshani to the ghetto in Volozhin near Novogrodok in spring 1942. Unfortunately, they met a fate probably worse than if they'd stayed where they were, but that's another story. In August 1942, a census of ghetto inmates in this region was conducted by the Germans for labor purposes. And we do know quite a lot about these smaller ghettos in the eastern part of what is still now mostly Lithuania, due to this ghetto census, which literally counted the number of Jews, but mainly for the purposes of labor. The inmates of these ghettos were also placed under the authority of the Vilna Ghetto, labor administration, and were then transferred to other ghettos and camps for labor purposes. So this is an example of what you can do with the ITS. It's a self-reported history of one individual inmate. They actually use the term ghetto for Zhezhma and Mokrova, which are both clearly labor camps, so you have to be a little careful with these self-reported sources, but it shows how to people afterwards, these were also viewed as ghettos. And here you can see that this person ended up again in Riga Kaiserwelt and then in Stutthof, which was a pattern, the one path of survival for the few Jews here. In fact, very few Jews in Eastern Europe managed to survive in hiding. It was almost more likely that you would survive inside a camp than you could survive in the countryside, which was quite hostile in most places. So as a result of the transfers to the Zhezhma forced labor camp and other places, and also this sort of subordination to the labor administration, all the ghettos east of Vilna were consolidated in the fall of 1942, and the few remaining ghettos were then dissolved in March and early April of 1943. All those Jews incapable of work were murdered at Ponari after arriving there by train. The others were sent either to the Vilna Ghetto or into the growing network of forced labor camps for Jews. This network included camps in Russia, such as that at Mokrova, which is quite a bit further east, where in 1943, Jews from the Zhezhmarai camp were sent to cut down trees in preparation for railroad construction. And it is surprising that a number of Jews were sent into the occupied Soviet Union, even from areas of Poland in 1939. So this is a picture of forced laborers from the area originally. I think they went to camps in Danzig, West-Preußen, but they were mostly from the Wartegau, in fact, and their history is quite unusual. So in 1941 and 1942, hundreds of Polish Jews were sent to Lithuania from road construction camps in West Prussia. Initially, they were held in a camp at Palamonis. Then later in 1942, they were sent to a network of more than 10 small labor camps for Jews in Latvia, where they were mainly employed cutting down trees for railroad construction. Information about these labor camps in Latvia comes only from a handful of Jewish survivors. One camp for Polish Jews run by the Organisation Tot was located at Roya in Latvia. Survivor David Grabin explained that in Roya the Jews were used by the Germans to make wooden railroad ties from trees. The work was supervised by Germans and the Jews were guarded by Lithuanians. The food rations were never sufficient, but overall the treatment was fair. From Roya, Grabin was sent on to another camp in Plensums in late 1942. These lumber camps in Latvia were not large, holding maybe 50 to 100 Jewish men. Men left the camp at times to beg for food from the local farmers. These camps in remote forests can clearly be distinguished from ghettos established in places of historic Jewish presence. Jews from the Wartegau passed through the following camps in Latvia: Enguri, Elemetaini, Gavesen, Kaltena, Mazirbe, Mesrags, Plensums, Roya, Saunags, Upesgriva, most of which have really never been heard of by historians of the Holocaust at all. All of the Polish Jews that survived these camps were evacuated to Germany in 1944 via the Riga Kaiserwelt concentration camp. So just briefly on concentration camps, very few Jews managed to survive from the ghettos and camps in the Baltic states. A number of forced labor camps for Jews were closed, with the inmates being shot, and death rates were high in the main ghettos and the related work sites, as also in the concentration camps and their subcamps. However, ultimately, the conversion of the Riga and Kaunas ghettos into concentration camps may have facilitated the survival of thousands of Jews. For example, around 175 Jews are known to have survived from the Liepāja or Libau ghetto that held 832 people on its establishment in July 42. Most of these people were transferred from the Riga Kaiserwelt camp to Stutthof in August and September 1944. In total, more than 20,000 Jews were evacuated to Stutthof from the Baltic states. Others survived from the Šiauliai, Kaunas, Vilna and Riga ghettos, mainly after these were converted into concentration camps and being deported to Stutthof in Germany. Just in conclusion, I want to just accentuate a few of the differences between the ghettos in the Baltic states and those in Poland. There were a lot of similarities, of course. In the Baltic states, there were many, more than 100 in total, short-lived destruction ghettos where all of the Jews were killed in 1941 and almost no people survived. This was really the first area where a total destruction was planned, but there was kind of a reservoir of labor was maintained in the three large cities in each of the Latvian and Lithuanian regions. The 6 main ghettos were in existence into 1943, and then most of the inmates were made into concentration camp inmates towards the end of the history of those ghettos. And there was a focus on exploiting Jewish labor in the Baltic states, which actually did keep some Jews alive. The other examples of this are actually in the Radom district, quite a few forced labor camps there, fed later on into Częstochowa and then into other concentration camps from there. And of course the Luge Ghetto had a few survivors. Even some of the inmates of ghettos and camps in the Vardaga, the ones who were sent from Łódź and the ghettos to the Chełmno, there are literally only a handful of survivors, but from those sent to forced labor camps in the Vardaga, and there were around 200 of those. Many of those were sent to Auschwitz, and then a small proportion of those sent to Auschwitz survived. I think you know the story from Hungary as well. Of those sent to Auschwitz, at least sort of 20% or more of those did survive the war in the concentration camps. In Poland, we see that ghettoization is spread over a long time period from 1939 until literally the spring of 1942. They were still establishing ghettos in some of the places there. And of course, most Jews were deported to extermination centers after being concentrated in the ghettos in 1942. And you see in Poland, it's sort of region by region. They literally have like 6 weeks to clear each of the various main sub-districts of the general government. And it's a quite a coordinated pattern. But of course, they have the remnant ghettos there, which Jan mentioned. Again, keeping a few Jews for labor purposes. I think there wasn't such an emphasis on labor in the general government, but certainly in the Radom district, the manufacturing there was used to preserve a few Jews till the very end. And so we see that the history of the ghettos is intimately linked with that, both of the forced labor camps for Jews and also the concentration camps. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. It's a synthesis on a very vast topic. Now we will deal with Slovakia, with Mr. Matej Beranek, who is one of the heads of the museum of the Holocaust Museum in Sered. Sered is a site of the Shoah where approximately 15,000 Jews went through that camp before being deported and assassinated. And today it's an important institution conveying the history of the Shoah. And Mr. Beranek is in charge of education and cultural programs in this institution. So I invite him to come and present us his presentation on those transit camps in 1942 in Slovakia. I don't see him, but he is arriving.
So thank you very much for the word. So dear ladies and gentlemen, my title of my presentation will be about the history of transit camp in Slovakia, which were established during the first wave of deportation. And first of all, I would like to say something about the terminology, because the translation from the Slovak words koncentračné střediska, we can translate it like a transit camp, concentration center, or collective center, because these camps were used for a concentration of Jews from several parts of the Slovakia during the first wave of deportation. But firstly, I would like to say something about, or as an introduction, about the anti-Jewish policy of Slovak states. It is very important to know that from the very beginning, from the existence of Slovak states, which was established on 14 March of 1939, there was several anti-Jewish measures which were pointed on Jews. who were forbidden to perform some profession, and then also they were interested in their Jewish property. So there was an Arabization, but the crucial point of all this process was in 1938, because in that time came to destroying of First Czechoslovak Republic, and a member of the Linkas People's Party, which was the strongest political party in the territory of Slovakia during the First Czechoslovak Republic, they proclaimed autonomy of Slovak region. And in that short time, between 6th October till 14 March 1939, they started to prepare Slovakia to establish a non-democratic regime. And also, on the other hand, they proclaim at the very beginning who are the enemy of the Slovak state, Slovak nations, and they said strictly that Jews are the enemy of the Slovak nations. So it came when the Slovak state was established. As I said, several anti-Jewish measures were passed in Slovakia, or a lot of anti-Jewish measures. It was anti-Jewish legislation, and also there was a strong anti-Jewish propaganda. And in that time, there was a crucial meeting with the leaders of the Slovak states and the leaders of Nazi Germany in Salzburg in summer 1940, and during this meeting they decided that one part of the Slovak Linkas People Party had strong positions in that time, and also after these negotiations, Dietrich Wysliceny, as an advisor for a solution of Jewish question in Slovakia, came in Slovakia in the end of the August 1940. And from that time, everything came very swiftly. There was a process of Arabization of Jewish property, and also some of the measures that include or they affected Jewish dignity. For example, you can see the picture of one Jewish man. This picture was captured in eastern part of Slovakia, and in this district there was a regulation about the compulsory sign or labeling of Jews who were forced to wear a yellow strip around their clothes. There was no exception for children, for elderly people, so everybody should have to wear this yellow strip. And also involvement of Slovakia in the Second World War, because from June 1941 and also from September 1939, the Slovak army was involved in the Second World War on the side of Nazi Germany. And the peak point of anti-Jewish legislation was 9 September, exactly 80 years ago. The Slovak government passed a decree well known as a Jewish Codex, and the Slovak government claimed, and they were very proud about this anti-Jewish measure, and they claimed that the most strictest anti-Jewish laws are the Slovaks, and every single state should have as an example of this anti-Jewish law. So it was in autumn 1941, and it was only a short time before the Slovak government, together with the Nazi Germany, decided to transfer Jewish citizens of Slovakia to the several extermination or concentration extermination camp in the east. And in that time, crucial point, or how they wanted to do it, was through the transit camp and through the concentration center, which were established during the March 1942, and also in that time, in the beginning of the new year 1942, there was several measures which were very crucial for deportation of Jewish citizens from Slovakia in 1942. First was that not only only Jews in the east, but also all around the Slovakia were forced to wear a yellow star. So according to regulation of Ministry of Interior from the beginning of the March 1942. And also there were two other crucial documents about which led Slovakia to the organization of transport. And these two documents are about firstly that Jews were have to labor, they householded, so that was the first step. It was on 11 March 1942, and also Jews were forbidden to go or to leave their houses between 6 p.m. till 8 a.m. And it was the regulation from 12 March 1942. So only 13 days before the first transport left the territory of Slovakia. And also there was a very intensive cooperation between other ministry, especially between Ministry of Interior and also Ministry of Railways of Slovakia. And this intensive communication was based on that everything should be prepared for a deportation, like railways, cattle wagons, and also for the station where the deportation should be organized. And this is also the regulation of Ministry Interior from 12 March 1942. And according this, the member of Linkasgard, which was the paramilitary organization, should follow every single steps of Jews, not even in the cities, in the bigger cities, but also in the small villages. And it said that it was about the concentration of Jews, because in that time there were other regulation of Ministry of Interior. So every single Jew should came. It was the case especially for Jews who were work able. So that means young Jewish men and women, and they should go to the concentration center in which were established in several places in Slovakia. So these five transit camp or concentration centers were established at the beginning of the March 1942. So the places were in Sereď, Nováky, Bratislava Patronka, Poprad, and Žilina. So some of these places were already or were served already as a labor camps, like Sereď labor camp, which was established at the end of the September 1941, and also Nováky, which also served as a labor camp. So these camps changed in March 1942 as to the transit camp. You can see the picture from the Sereď labor camp. As you can see, there is a gate, a front gate of the Sereď labor camp where the members of Linkasgard standing, and this transit camp should serve during the first wave of deportation, and through this camp should be organized the first wave of deportation. So majority of Jewish citizens from several parts of Slovakia, from eastern part, middle part, and also from west part, should be firstly transferred to these camps, and then to the other camps. So the responsibility for this camp had the members of Linkasgard. They were very cruel from the very beginning of existence of these camps, and according to some messages and also some communication between this minister, which I mentioned later, one transport that meant 1,000 people should be deported to the concentration extermination camp in the east. So the deportation began on 25 of March 1942. First transport left Slovakia to Auschwitz. It was transport young work-able women who were collected from the eastern part of Slovakia, and they were sent to the transit camp in the east, in Poprad, and they were collecting from the 20th of March 1942, and there is a testimony of Edita Grossmanova, who was in such a camp, and she, together with the other women who were in the eastern part of Slovakia, were collected by bus or by train, and they were sent to the concentration center, to the transit camp in Poprad, and from the very beginning they had no idea about what's coming, because they thought that according to the claiming of Slovak government that they were sent for a work. And as you can see the testimony of Edita, so they were in a good mood, but first frightened moment came when the cattle wagons came before them. So they were frightened, and also we have other testimonies with the other survivor of this transit camp, also Auschwitz-Birkenau, who said that in that time the member of Linkas Guards took everything from them because they told them that you will no longer need it. So they were frightened, but they still thought that we can earn some money and we can come back, or we can work. But basically it wasn't true. And also there is other testimony. I hope it go well. It's a testimony from the western part of Slovakia, from the transit camp in Bratislava Patronka. It was another transport, one of the first transport to the Auschwitz-Birkenau, and it's a testimony of Helena Vajmurmova.
My sme boli 4 sestry a 4 bratia. Sestry, my sme boli 3 osviečime a všetky 3 sme sa zachránili. Zázračne. Došli k nám gardisti a povedali, že ja a moja tá staršia sestra, že nás berú na prácu. Ubytované sme boli na Patronke. Tam sme boli 2 dny a 2 noci. Tam len na slame sme ležali a jeden nielen na prežitie. To bolo 24. marca 1942 a 26. marca nás naložili do dobyčích vagónov. Zamkli jeden kýbel na svoju potrebu a jeden kýbel vodu na napitie, čo tam bolo v tom vagóne. A tak sme išli 2 dny a 2 noci a vôbec sme nevedeli, kam ideme.
So parallelly, there were collection of Jews or young Jews in the eastern part of Slovakia and also in the western part of Slovakia. From the eastern part of Slovakia, they were sent to Poprad, and eastern part there was a Bratislava Patronka transit camp and as well a Sereď labor and concentration center. So they were sending him there, and they were very, very bad conditions, as you can saw from or you can watch from this part of the testimony. And also there was a very strong role of the propaganda, because not only citizens of Slovak state were pursued by the propaganda, but also the people who were deported in that time, because they thought that they were sending only for a work. And you can see it from this part. There is a mention which was written in a newspaper during the Slovak states. It was the officially press organ of Linkas People's Party. the newspaper Slovak, and in this newspaper there is an article where Minister of Interior Alexander Mach said that there is no fear, or there should be no fear about what's coming and about the legalization of the transport, because the Jews are sending to the places for work according paragraph number 22 of Jewish Codex. So according to this paragraph, every single Jew between 16 till 60 years of age should work for the purpose of Slovak state. It doesn't matter where it will be. So he claimed that they are leaving for a work, and also there were several several posters which claim, like this poster you can see, which was about the deportation of Slovak Jews in that time, that the Jews are sending to work, because there is written how it was and how it is. They, for example, blaming Jews for they should took responsibility for emigration of Slovak to the America. And on the other hand, in time, or in year 1942, Slovaks organized transport or moving Jews for a work. But in fact, it wasn't true, because the reality of it was completely other, because they were sending to the concentration camp, to the extermination camp, to the ghettos, and then the majority of them were killed. And also they brought some information about the living condition in concentration centers through the propaganda. There is a mention that there was no strict regime for Jews, and also the conditions were very good for Jews. There was enough food for them, but in fact the portion of food was limited between 150 grams to 300 grams per day. So it was the preparation for the transport to the east, and they wanted through the period press claim that everything is fine, everything is okay in this type of the camp, and Jews are moving from the Slovakia to the work. And it was in a time at the end of the May 1942 when approximately 40,000 of Jews were sent to the several places from Slovakia and through these transit camps, and also it was in the time when the majority of them had been killed in the several places. So, and in that time, the Slovak Parliament passed a constitution law. According this law, Jews were stripped of their citizenship, and also their property came to the hand of the Slovak state. And the reality condition in the camp was completely different from that what was presenting by the propaganda of Slovak states, because there are a lot of evidence, there are a lot of, for example, letters, anonymous letters, which are placed in the Slovak National Archives, and in this letter are information or compliment to the president of the Slovak states, Josef Tiso, or generally compliment about the condition in this camp, because they describing the true situation, that the responsibility for this camp had members of Linkas Guards. They robbed Jews who came here. They were allowed to bring only 50 kilos per single person, and they took everything from them, the clothes, the possessions, and some value of things, and also they were beating them if they found something that they couldn't have. So it was very beginning, and also there were some complaints about what's happening in these concentration centers. And there is a picture from one of these concentration centers. The picture was captured in Žilina. and you can see a lot of Jews who are prepared for a deportation. As you can see, obviously from this picture, it is a picture of family transport. So from the very beginning, they started to collect work-able young men and women, and then also they were sending whole families together with very young children. And as you can see, there are the members of Linkas Guard, and it was the officially photo of a press office in Slovakia. It was captured only a few moments before the deportation, and as you can see, they were labeled by yellow stars, and they are prepared for leaving. But they had no idea about what's coming, and they had no idea where the transport heading. And also, the destination of transport were different. Were several. There were concentration camp, like concentration extermination camp Auschwitz-Birkenau. They were sent here from the very beginning, from the March 1942. Then it was the Lublin district, where they can send to the concentration camp in Majdanek, or to the extermination camp in, especially in Sobibor. But also a lot of Jews were firstly sent to the ghettos, because these ghettos were liquidated. I mean that the Jews from Poland were sent to the extermination camp. Then came Jews from Slovakia, and after that they were sent to the various concentration extermination center in the east. And also you can see here the examples of these camps. So firstly, Auschwitz-Birkenau, you can see here. Then SS Sonderkommando Sobibor, or extermination camp in Sobibor, and concentration camp in Majdanek. And majority of Slovak Jews died in this camp, or due to forced labor, or due to condition in various ghetto in the east. And also there is again the testimony of Helena Vajmurmova, and she said what they had done from the very beginning when they came to the Auschwitz. And she said that initially they built Birkenau, because the Slovak Jews, approximately from 18,000 of Jews who came to the Auschwitz-Birkenau, 12,000 of them were registered in camp according to the evidence, and these Jews were used for forced labor, or for labor in the camp, and for establishing or building Birkenau, especially extermination complex, which was in operation since 1943, and I mean that the big gas chambers number 1, 2, and till 4. And also she said how the extermination process was done. And also there are some other deportees who came through this transit camp in Slovakia. This is Alfred Wetzler. You basically know this man because he escaped together with Walter Rosenberg, known as Rudolf Vrba, from concentration extermination camp in Auschwitz-Birkenau in April 1942. And these two young Jewish men were sent from the Slovakia through this transit camp. Alfred Wetzler left Slovakia on 12 April 1942. He was for a short time in Sereď, and then he was sent directly to the Auschwitz-Birkenau. And the other escapee from the concentration extermination camp in Auschwitz-Birkenau, Rudolf Vrba, he was sent through the other transit camp in Nováky, firstly to the Lublin concentration camp, and then he was sent to Auschwitz, and they managed to escape on April 1942. They came back to Slovakia at the end of the April 1944, excuse me. And they brought a report about the mass killing, mass extermination, not only Slovak Jews, but whole Jews, all European Jews because they described all the situation in the camp. They describe how the people were sending to the gas chambers, and also what is the registration, what is the selection in the camp. So this report was very important, not only for Slovak Jews but also for allies. But it didn't stop, for example, Hungarian transport, which was sent at the beginning of the May 1944 to the concentration camp in Auschwitz. So. And there is a summary of existence of this concentration center. As I said, so there were 5 concentration center or transit camp. The biggest capacity at a labor and transit camp in Nováky, 4,000 people. Then Sereď, and then Žilina, Poprad, and Bratislava Patronka. And the majority of Jews were sent through this camp to the concentration extermination camps in the east, in the ghettos. And after the deportation, 3 of them were closed because they were not used anymore, and 2 others like Sereď and Nováky serve or continue as a labor camp. For example, Sereď labor camp continues till the Slovak national uprising at the end of the August 1944, and then this camp was changed to concentration camp, because in that time the main responsibility for a camp had members of Linkas Guard and gendarmes in Slovak states, and after the Slovak national uprising came here at this place the members of SS units, and they organized this camp, and they started immediately organize another wave of transports. And what I haven't mentioned about the transport, that these transport were fully planned and organized by Slovaks. Germans were here only as an advisor, and also that Slovak states paid for every single deportee Jew 500 Reichsmark to Nazi Germany, and it was a part of the deal between Nazi Germany and Slovak states in the autumn 1941. And as you can see, so as I said, the majority of people were transferred through this concentration camp, through this concentration center, and together from the Slovakia in the first wave of deportation were deported more than 57,000 of men, women, and children, and 99% of them were killed during that time. And only several hundred of them survive. I mean, only the people who were sent to the concentration extermination camps in the Auschwitz-Birkenau. So it will be all from my side. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Beranek, from your communication. I noticed a very interesting question, which is the substitution of one population to another one inside the same ghetto. You mentioned the ghettos in Poland, which were partially or totally emptied by the deportation of the Polish Jews, and then Jews from other more Western countries being sent to them. It's a topic in itself to analyze those transfers of population inside the ghettos themselves. And it's the interest of such meetings as today, confronting news about different countries. Now we will hear Laurence Schramm to speak about Belgium. She is the historian of reference in Malines, which is the main site in Belgium working on the history of the Shoah, of the Holocaust. Laurence Schramm has been a pupil of Maxim Steinberg, who is very well known as the main historian of the Shoah in Belgium, and today she is more or less her hair as the reference historian in Belgium about what happened in that country. She published her thesis a few years ago in French, entitled L'Antichambre d'Auschwitz, because Malines, which is today a museum, was the main transit center in Belgium towards Auschwitz. So, Laurence, please.
So thank you for inviting me today. At the beginning, I found it was a little strange because in Belgium we had no ghetto at all, but when we think about that, we had indeed a ghetto without walls. Between 42 and 44, some 25,000 Jews, men, women and children, were sent to Belgium to Auschwitz-Birkenau. Only 5% of them survived. In total, half of the Jewish population was killed during the Judeocide. Even if this percentage is much lower than in Central and Eastern Europe, it makes equally part of the Nazi genocidal politic. The historian may question the importance of this extermination rate in a country where the occupier had to cope with a complex situation. After the Nazi invasion on 10 May 40, the Belgian society was totally chaotic. The government fled abroad in order to fight with the Allied, while King Leopold III chose to constitute himself a prisoner of the Nazis. So the only civil servants who were staying in Belgium were the secretaries general. When the government is absent, these civil servants had to ensure the continuity of the state and to cope with urgent and essential challenges as the supply of food for the population, the transport, the inflation and unemployment, and to solve the lack of public servants and, moreover, the refugees crisis. Unlike the German occupation of 1418, the Belgian authorities wanted to fill all administrative vacuum. They want to be present everywhere they could to protect the Belgian interest and the Belgian population. So they developed the principle of lesser evil. The Nazi goals were the same that the goals of the general secretaries, the maintenance of order and the reactivation of the economy. But the Nazis, moreover, aimed to get an extreme exploitation for the benefit of the Reich of this Belgian economy. At the beginning, the Jewish question in Belgium was only subsidiary. Here you see the different persons who came into account in my story. You have the first two persons, the Nazis there. This is General Alexander von Falkenhausen and his left hand, Egert Rieder, who was an honorary SS man, also a lawyer. So he was the person who redacted all the anti-Jewish measures in Belgium. Then you had the first head of the Secretaries General. This is Vossen, Alphonse Vossen, but he was not docile enough. So the German replaced him relatively quickly by Gerhard Romsee, that you see there on the third picture. So the Nazi had also to cope with a critical lack of manpower. So they accept the presence of the Sicherheitspolizei, Sicherheitsdienst, so the security police, security service in Belgium, as well as they needed absolutely the cooperation of Belgian relays. Reader usually pointed out the need to avoid creating upheaval or negative reactions and to spare also Belgian sensitivities in order to preserve the efficiency of the cooperation of the local structures. Consequently, the Nazis chose to install military administration in Belgium. This regime did depend immediately on the German Army Zaire Command, the Oberkommandos des Heeres, and not on Hitler or Himmler. So in Belgium, they choose for a really pragmatic and calm, discreet Judenpolitik. Within the lesser evil doctrine, the concept of passive execution emerged. The civil servants only implemented the occupier's requests without never taking any initiative, arguing that they were respecting Belgian legality and constitution, especially for the persecution of Jews, the conflict between the loyalty to the Belgian constitution and laws and the participation in the Judenpolitik was really obvious. Now that we have addressed the picture, we must analyze how the Jews of Belgium were gradually locked into a moral ghetto, a ghetto without walls. So the military administration firstly aimed to achieve the de-Jewishization of the economy. And to achieve this, it was important to define who was a Jew and to identify the Jews as such, as well as their properties, assets, and goods. So here you see the first measure, which was adopted on the 28th of August 40. It's the Jewish registration. So all Jews aged more than 15 years had to go to the Belgian administration to be recorded in the first document you can see there. This was the first step to the census of the Jews. Later, the initiative was taken by Gerhard Romsee, who was a Nazi sympathizant, to ask all Jews in Belgium who had an ID card to come to the administration and to get this stamp, Jood, Juif. It means Jew in French and in Flemish and in French. So this was quite dangerous because those Jews were stamped as well, and by any control they had to show their ID cards, so they were already recognizable. And as you see, he also asked to put a stamp recorded in het Jodenregister, dus the Jewish register in Flemish. Oh, sorry. So These measures are totally in conflict with the Belgian constitution and with the Belgian rights. But no administration objected to this. In our constitution, it's forbidden to make any difference concerning religion, nationality, sexual behavior, and so on. Then they could identify the Jews, so they asked the Jews to declare their goods, assets, and properties. Here you see the first measure was taken on the 28th of October 40, and it was the little poster Jüdisches Unternehmen that must be put on the shops of Jews, first the hotel, restaurant, and cafe, and later it was extended to all Jewish affairs, Jewish enterprises in Belgium. Jews were also excluded from the economy. So here you see the written document there, which is showing that Jews had to declare their properties with the aim of Aryanization or liquidation. Here we have a big phantasm from that the Nazi had. So they were thinking that Belgian Jews were super rich, and it was not the case. 90% of the Jewish population in Belgium are recent immigrants, and most of them are also poor or very poor people. So the Nazis were disappointed with that because they didn't get the wealth that they think they could take. Alors, the next part of the day Jewishization of the economy was to expel the Jews from their function and jobs in Belgium. The first one are also defined by the first ordinance, and those were, for example, above you have Sol Pincus, who was a university professor and who had to leave his job. And the second one is Paul Levy, who was working as a journalist, and he had also to abandon his function at the Belgian radio. So all Jews were put out of the civil service in the States. Later, we have also to cope with the exclusion of the children from the schools, and from the last ordinance concerned the exclusion of the medical professions. So Jewish doctors or nurses or dentists were no more allowed to care for non-Jewish population. So we are coming now to a very important point for the ghettoization of the Belgian population, and it was the creation of the Association des Juifs en Belgique. So the Association of Jews in Belgium. And in Belgium is important because the Germans were aware that more than 90% of the Jews living in the country were not Belgian citizens. So this decree aimed everyone, not only the Belgian Jews, who were only 4,000 on a population of 70,000. So those were the people who were appointed by the Nazis to take the responsibility of this kind of Judenrat. And I will speak further on about Maurice Benedictus. We can say that it's a collaborating organ in the hands of the Nazis, but there are different degrees, different grades of collaboration. It depends on the part of the country. So, for example, in Charleroi, there was a lot of Jewish communists there, and when they were asked to deliver the list of Jews to the the German administration, they disappeared. So they stopped all activities and they went most of the time into hiding. In Antwerp, on the contrary, we had Nico Vorkum and Benedictus, and they went on with collaboration till the moment the Judenrat in Belgium was no more useful for the Nazis. So the first goal of the Judenrat was to activate the immigration of Jews, but since October 41, Heinrich Müller, who was the one high Nazis working under Himmler, decided that immigration will be forbidden for Jews who went to live Belgium. So it was quite strange to give a decree where Jews were pushed to emigrate at a moment where immigration was forbidden. So under this activate the immigration, we have to read, in fact, the genocidal deportation. Alors, all Jews had to become member of the Association des Juifs en Belgique and had also to pay a fee to this association, which will be used to fulfill all costs linked to the final solution in Belgium. Beside this task of favorizing the immigration, there were also secondary social, charitable, and teaching functions. But for all of these functions, the AJB was working under the strict control of the SIPO-SD. The last measure which was taken to put the Jews apart of the rest of the population was taken on the 1st of December 41. Jewish children had to be excluded from non-Jewish schools. The occupier deprived them of a fundamental right in Belgium, but the Nazis knew that Belgian relays would obey. People generally were indifferent to the fate of these Jewish pupils. Shocking as it is, this exclusion of kids doesn't provoke any Belgian authorities' protests. When it does, it was not so much the discrimination, the discriminatory nature of the decision which was evoked, but the practical difficulties of carrying out this measure. After the Jewish children, Jewish workers had also to be banned from the Belgian society. The liquidation and Aryanization of Jewish firms deprived 1/3 of the Jews in Belgium from their jobs or incomes. Between March and May 42, special labor conditions were defined for the Jews. They had to work in separate groups, and they had also to be kept separate from the other workers. Little by little, special labor camps were set up, for example, within the Todt organization at the Atlantic Wall, where Jews were put at forced labor since June 42 in special Judenlager, Jewish camps. And then the final point to the statutes of the Jews was decreed on 27 May 42, and it was about the compulsory wearing of the Jewish star when Jews aged more than 6 were appearing in public. It's the first time that the Belgian population reacted, because the visibility of these starred Jews caused a huge shock in the Belgian opinion. Before this, people were only indifferent. So one of the reactions came from the collaborationist press. As you see, the first article titled Volksbeweging haalt een nieuwe slag thuis, de Jodenster ingevoerd. It means that the association Defense of the Volk wins a new fight. The Jewish star is finally instituted. So they were happy with that because they finally could identify Jews on the streets. But most of the Belgian opinion was more from the idea that if Belgium likes Jews or not, that is not the question, because they hate the crowds, as they call them. Here you see, souvenez-vous que les Juifs sont les victimes des Boches. Cela fera enrager les Boches. They remember the occupation of 1418, and so they hated the crowds more than they hated the Jews. So here, this clandestine paper asked Belgians, do you like Jews or not? It's not important. Remember that Jews are the victims of the crowds. Mark your sympathy. Salute them when they are passing, not to save the Jews, but only to make the crowds becoming totally full. And then we have the whole statutes of the Jews who are completed, which are completed. So, the 17 decrees against the Jews aim to identify and record them, stamp their ID cards, it's done, deprive them from their movement freedom because they were also forced to only settle in 4 cities in Belgium, Antwerp, Brussels, Liège and Charleroi. And also they were submitted to a curfew which was quite stronger than the curfew that the non-Jewish population had to respect. To gather them in a moral and administrative ghetto with the creation of the HGB, it was done. To plunder their goods and properties, to exclude them out of the economic and educational life, it's also done. To isolate them from the society, and to make them recognizable by the yellow badge. So the Jews were now so deeply vulnerable that the CIPO-SD could launch their deportation. CIPO-SD imposed the most critical mission to the HGB, the so-called service of putting at work the Jews. On the 15th of July 1942, 12 days before the opening of the SS assembly camp Mechelen, so the SS Sammellager für Juden, Maurice Benedictus, so the head of the HGB, was summoned to the CIPO-SD headquarters in Brussels. Anton Berger was there. Anton Berger is Eichmann's representative and also an evacuation specialist. When we are speaking about evacuation in Belgium, we are speaking about genocidal deportation. And Burger entrusted the HGB with the so-called putting to work, and he asserted that it would be done in a calm and human way, and Jews should understand that if thousands of German heroes sacrificed themselves for Europe, it was obvious that Jews should work and replace them, all the missing German workers. In case HGB should refuse, Burger promised that he would use harder methods. Surrendering to fear, Benedictus became the one responsible for the Arbeitseinsatzbefehl, so the so-called putting at work of the Jews. But Benedictus' case of conscience arose. Some people considered him as a traitor, while others approved, thinking that accepting was the sole way to soften the fate of the Jews. In the name of the lesser evil, the administrator of the HGB kept his good conscience. The occupier then ordered the HGB to create a file of 10,000 Jews fit to work. The HGB started the registration on the 17th of July and worked with great zeal and did everything to complete this ungrateful task within the deadlines. On July 25, 2 days before the opening of the SS assembly camp, HGB delivered 12,000 names, 2,000 names more than the occupier had requested. From the very first day, the Jews disobeyed. Only 1/3 of the Semmont came to the SS assembly camp. So the German didn't, they were not really happy with this result, which was a failure for them. And so they forced the RGB to call the Jewish population to obey. As of the 1st of August 42, the RGB call was joined to the work orders. This text, intended to be comforting, asserting that this measure was really about work and not about deportation. But the end of the text clearly treated that non-observance of the summons to work would have heavy consequences, as well for the families of the people who disobeyed, but also for the whole Jewish population in Belgium. So, the RGB obeyed. So here you can see a document on which all the responsible of the RGB had put their signature. This order existed in French, in Flemish, and also in German. This call was really considered by the Jewish population as one Cain's betrayal. In the name of the lesser evil, the RGB sacrificed its brothers. If then nobody suspected that systematic and industrial extermination was carried out in the East, everyone felt that the issue was dangerous, perhaps even mortal. During 4 months, the CPOSD manipulated the association as a Jewish dreadfully docile weapon. After October 42, the tasks of the RGB, which has become useless for the Nazis, were restricted to the social role. To conclude this paper, the Nazis considered the Western country, including Belgium, as more civilized than the country at the East. They could carry out their Judenpolitik, but they had always to avoid potential protests in favor of the Jews. Too few in numbers, the occupier had to ensure the willing participation of local administrations and institutions, of the Belgian people, of pro-Nazi movements, and even of the Jews themselves. It was quite cynical for the Nazis to always involve the Jews in their own destruction. It was in Belgium through the economy and not via Nazi racial ideology that the anti-Semitic policy was established. It's there that the deep conviction of the Nazis that the Jews in Belgium were so rich and concentrated the main part of the economy in their hands came into play. The chosen policy was coldly administrative, calm, tempered, but also frighteningly effective. No ghettos, no walls, as little violence as possible, as much organization as possible. The Jews of Belgium were sent to Auschwitz-Birkenau, an extermination center opened especially to carry out the genocide of the Jewish population of the West, a place designed to bring the victims to their killers and not to bring the killers to the victims, and to massively assassinate this population 1,200 kilometers away from Belgium. Yet there are a lot of similarities between this moral ghetto and the geographical ghettos, even if the path of accomplishing the annihilation of the Jews differed, the deadly goals, the genocidal goals, stood the same, as was the arsenal of legal measure deployed against the Jews. So that was my conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We understood that the substitute for the walls of a ghetto that didn't exist in the Western countries of Europe are the yellow badge that people had to wear and the inscription as Jews on their identity cards. It's a substitute that's less efficient as being inside a walled ghetto, but it's partly it's efficient at a certain degree. So now we will have time for discussion, and I will leave the people who want to make a comment or ask a question intervene. You're free to do it. Yes, for instance, I was interested by the comparison between France and Belgium. Every single country has a specificity. In France, the Jews were never expelled from the schools as pupils, and it's the case in Belgium, which apparently is a very similar country. The Jewish pupils were expelled from the schools in Algeria, where you didn't have any German presence, but they were not expelled from schools in France with German occupation. Who wants to make a comment or ask a question? Yes, Professor Grabowski.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the speakers for their lectures and papers. I would like to ask the question I have to Dr. Beranek. It's very interesting number of visual evidence, photographs that you were able to present from these transition camps. The question is, are they indeed from all these camps? Do we have the visual representations? That's one thing. Who took these pictures? And one more, is there any kind of commemoration of these sites being done today in Slovakia? Commemorative plaques, anything? So this is one question. And another question to Martin, and this question is, on one of the photos, you presented the penalty of death for people who are entering one of these ghettos. And my question is, do you have a poster announcement order penalty of death for people harboring Jewish refugees? And the final thing to you, wouldn't it rather be, let's say, important to compare the Baltic ghettos to ghettos in Belarus, Eastern Ukraine, and Western Russia? So that's.
So thank you very much for your question. And to the photographs that were published or they were made or they were done by the press office during the Slovak states, and this press office made several other pictures also from the time of the deportation, but during the existence of the Slovak states. And as you were looking at the picture from the concentration center in Žilina, you could possibly see that the people who were in the line, they were they were watching right at the photographer as well as the member of Linka's Guard. So there is a lot of documentation which is in Slovak National Archives. Some of these pictures are digitalized, and also a lot of pictures are at the Yad Vashem archives, especially from the deportation of Jewish family in the East. And to the question of commemoration, every single year we have a commemoration of first transport, and this commemoration is organized in Poprad because the first transport left Poprad on 25th of March 1942, and there is also on the railway station there is a mention about the leaving this first transport, and also on the place where used to serve as a concentration center. There is also another plaque of commemorating of this place, which was served as a transit camp or concentration center. And as well, at our museum, every single year we have also commemoration of leaving first transport. So we are making some exhibitions or some commemoration about this what happened during that time.
Okay, thank you, Jan, for these complicated but simple questions. With regard to the measures against people hiding Jews, I think that was the main point you were trying to make. I do know for Belarusia, there is a poster, I think for either Slonim or maybe Novogrodok, which threatens people hiding Jews with the same penalty, that they will be also persecuted and probably killed. And in Lithuania, there was a phenomenon that's similar to what you were describing in Poland, but much earlier, that after Jews fled to the countryside in the fall of 41, a lot of them were hiding with peasants in the Lithuanian countryside. And then I think there was kind of an argument within a family. So one Lithuanian denounced another, and there was a reprisal taken against the Lithuanian family that was hiding Jews. They were certainly punished. I'm not sure if they were actually killed or not, but this caused then many other Lithuanians who were hiding Jews to kick the Jews out because they feared that they would be punished themselves. So I assume that there was some official policy threatening that. But of course, the scale of hiding in Lithuania was not great because of the rapid spread of the massive killing actions in 41. The comparisons you suggested with Belarusia and other parts of the occupied Soviet territories is very relevant. Nowhere do you see quite the same systematic clearing of the countryside in a very short period that you get in Lithuania. There are actually almost, I think, more than 40 ghettos on the territory of the Russian Federation. Again, some of these are more improvised holding pens, but some of those ghettos do last for 2 or more months. The longest one is, of course, in Smolensk. But there was also a ghetto in Kaluga, very close to Moscow, and they varied quite a bit in their conditions in these Russian ghettos, but essentially it's not that the Germans killed everyone immediately on arrival, but they applied the same systematic policies, also forced labor, also marking with stars and so on, so that even further east this happens. And in Belarus you get a kind of a mixture of what's happening in Lithuania and what's happening in Poland. There are some big ghettos like Minsk that survive into 1943 and are used for work. A lot of the ghettos are liquidated in Belarus in the summer of 42. And then there is a more systematic liquidation of the ghettos in Commissariat, Ukraine, in just 2 months, really, in the fall of 42, so that there's only one ghetto that really exists after then. And even most of the forced labor camps are liquidated at the same time in many places in Ukraine. But actually, there are forced labor camps into 1943 in some parts of Ukraine. Some of them using Jews from Transnistria, but also a few of the local Jews in central Ukraine from places like around Cherkasy and also even further east, that the ghettos exist until the summer of 42 in those cases, and then when they're liquidated, they still go to forced labor camps for another period. So I think there is a need for a much more complicated history and geography, linking ghettos, forced labor camps, and concentration camps, and showing that chronologically it's different in each area. According to local conditions, these are decentralized camps, but nevertheless we need to understand the European-wide system and document it as one integrated system.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Before someone else's question, I want to make a little precision about this issue of the deportees from Western countries being sent to ghettos in countries like Poland or Lithuania. Usually it's not a complete substitution, it's a cohabitation of those two groups of deportees. And I wanted to quote the case of Izbica. Izbica is a well-known so-called transit ghetto located between two death camps, Bauzetz and Sobibor, and the people coming from all over Poland, but also from Germany and Austria went through that transit camp, transit ghetto. This was the name the Nazis gave to that place. They cohabited for a few days or weeks or sometimes months in that place, and the Nazis created two different Jewish policies. A Western Jewish police in order to control the Polish Jews, and a Polish Jewish police in order to control Jews coming from Germany. It was a Machiavellian use of the different cultural patterns of the Jews coming from different regions of Europe. Who wanted to intervene, please?
Yes, I have a question for Martin. We have a quite peculiar phenomenon during the Hungarian ghettoization, namely the non-Jewish involvement in ghettoization, that the local civilian population could affect decisions by protests and other means, and sometimes even Jewish leadership could make some steps. Do you have parallels in the eastern territories to this phenomenon? Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Laszlo. There are certainly a few cases that are like this, where local pressure forces the borders of the ghetto to be changed. The Warsaw Ghetto, this is fairly well known. Also in one or two of those in District Galician, you get arguments about where the ghetto borders should be, and obviously local people who are adversely affected by the erection of a ghetto, they protest about it, sometimes they get their way. We do see that the local authorities play a big role in this, and sometimes they want the ghettos in different places from where the German authorities are trying to set them up. So these kind of conflicts are very important. The biggest problem is lack of documentation. I think what Jan is doing, going to the local archives and scouring for everything at the local level, is the way to document this and show that there are different interests in how ghettos are set up. I think there is a book on the Luge Ghetto which shows how that there were at least 3 different interests playing out there to how the ghetto was set up, and these conflicts could be between different German offices or between the local population and the Germans, or even the Jews could at times protest about things and delay things to some extent. So there's a lot of complex history there, and definitely the location of a ghetto has a big impact on the whole community. So this is something that is debated, but it's well documented for Hungary, and we're thankful for that.
Mm-hmm. We may have a last comment or question. Yes?
Thank you very much. If you allowed me, I would like to say sentences about the lessons of what happened in the Second World War. I think we must learn about the lessons, my brothers, my sisters. Never again we don't allow what happened in the Second World War to happen again in the future. We must build bridges of trust and peace between others, between people of every religion, every minority, every nationality, every country, to build this world. Yes, to build this world. And don't to make wars between any people because of they have another religion, another kind of culture. We must work together. Yeah, we must work together to build our world. And we must work in peace to solve our problems in this world. Thank you very much.
I think that our schedule is closed now, and the director of our Holocaust Museum here, who hosts us, will conclude the first day of the meeting. Yeah, please come on.
I'm Hungarian.
Okay, so now you can understand what I'm going to tell you. Well, after the first day, I do not want to have a long closing speech because I could simply mention general things and conventional wisdom. So we could listen to fantastic performers, fantastic speakers and lectures. And this is usually said after each and every conference, but this is true because we covered a very complex topic. In Europe, we could see similarities, we could see differences, we could see how many questions such topic can generate. And we could also see that there are many unexplored topics, and we can see the direction we should follow in our research. Well, if we try to explore Hungarian ghettos and the related topics, then, by the end of the first day, I think we can have an overview about the ghettoization in Europe. However, I'm afraid we're not going to get answers to these seemingly simple, still complex questions, but we're going to rather generate new questions. In the light of this, let me express my gratitude to our speakers for having accepted our invitation and enriching our conference for the audience present here and online with their knowledge. And as a closure of today, I'd like to invite you for a farewell coffee to the first floor meeting room. There, as far as I know, we also have some sweets. Thank you very much for paying attention, and thank you very much for being today with us.